Anuragji, that's the Ambassador of Italy to India.
Yeah. So, good morning, everybody. My name is Machaya. I am first going to introduce this panel, and then I'll give it to Mr. Dilip Chenoy, who will take over. So, we'll start.
Has Prakashi joined?
No, he's not. He sent a recorded speech because he is busy with, what is he busy with, Dilip?
The Ministers' Environment Conclave of around the world.
It's a global conclave.
So everybody, I'm starting now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 21st edition of FICCI Frames 2020. This 5-day event is in a whole new avatar. We are going virtual for the first time in the history of FICCI. We have 5 days of sessions back to back. Today we have 5 sessions, starting with the inaugural session, followed by panel discussions and a couple of more panel discussions, and then we have, in the end, another fireside chat. Over the next 5 days, we have some eminent personalities also talking to us in conversation with industry leaders. For the first session, I would like to introduce Mr. Dilip Chenoy, Secretary General FICCI, to introduce the panel and take it from there. Mr. Dilip, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, a very good morning to everybody, and hope you and your families and your colleagues and their families are all safe. Minister Anurag Thakur, Excellency Ambassador of Italy to India, President Sangeeta Reddy, Shri Uday Shankar, Senior Vice President, and Mr. Sanjay Gupta, the Chair of the Media and Entertainment Committee of FICCI, Ms. Kalyani, the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Entertainment, Information and Broadcasting. Good morning, everybody. I welcome you to the 21st edition of FICCI Frames, but the first digital FICCI Frames in this new avatar. This edition is totally virtual from its conception to execution. All our colleagues have worked for it without actually meeting physically. As a topic of the inaugural, creative industry has great potential to boost the growth of the Indian economy. It's going to be the next wave to propel the growth of India and the Indian economy, and in fact the global economy. I would now like to invite Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, President FICCI, to deliver opening remarks. Dr. Reddy, over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and namaste. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to the 21st edition of FICCI Frames in a virtual form. Sri Vincenzo Di Luca, Sri Anurag Thakurji, Mr. Uday Shankar, Sanjay Gupta, our Secretary General Dilip Chenoy, and many others who have joined us today virtually. It is so important for us to stay positive in these difficult times. And since the present COVID crisis has compelled us to interact with each other on this virtual platform, we continue the tradition, a 21-year tradition. This is the 21st edition of FICCI Frames. And so we do so in a virtual platform with the spirit that the show must go on. The media and entertainment sector contributes significantly to the soft power of the nation, boosting employment, value creation, and we produce the largest number of films in multiple languages. This diversity, this capability, and this innate strength of the Indian sector is significant. The large sector, which is also facing significant challenges and compression as we speak today. It's also a sector which I think is noteworthy in the fact that it is primarily intellectual property. It is the creativity, talent, knowledge which gets represented in the form of media and which truly ensures that the world is a global village. As we all know, for many years, they have been fans of our Hindi movies from Russia. There has been a craze of our Tamil movies in Japan. And if you go into any part of Africa, you know that the Indian cinema is recognized because they're always asking about different stars. The intellectual capacity and the freedom of our media and our print is also significant. FICCI over the years has not just focused on this sector, but has contributed in many ways towards the development, the evolution, the growth and the independence of this sector. Some of the major achievements of FICCI in the past is for the growth of the M&E industry. Our number one, that we worked assiduously for the granting of the industry status for the film sector. Also advocated a 5-year tax holiday for multiplexes, which really changed the face of entertainment delivery format. The new TRP measurement, audiovisual co-production treaty with various countries, working with the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting on a National Center of Excellence in animation, gaming, visual effects, as well as setting up a film facilitation office to assist single window clearance. These are but a few of the many initiatives which have been taken over the years. And as the lines between the formal film, entertainment, YouTube, social media, sources of information from print to digital, all these lines are blurring. Yet a few facts remain, and that is that consumers seek authenticity, value, entertainment, and there is a form and a methodology to give it all. So FICCI will remain committed to supporting this sector. There is a lot that we need to do, especially this year when this sector has been significantly negatively affected. Please note that there was a slip of the tongue, which somehow seems like an intended pun, which is not affected but infected. And as the country remains so infected. But let me move on to say that FICCI has worked with the film policy of Orissa and Madhya Pradesh. We are working on film policies for Chhattisgarh, Jammu and Kashmir, and various other governments. I also want to specially acknowledge the presence of our ambassador to Italy. Italy is a partner country of this edition of Frames, and this, I believe, is going to be a watershed initiative and a strong relationship and a cooperation between India and Italy in this sector. I want to end by not just warmly welcoming all participants, but continuing to say that we will overcome. This time will pass. The period is also meant to build our power and our capability, our knowledge and our ties of friendship and bonding. And we specially acknowledge and welcome the presence of Sri Anurag Thakurji, the Honorable Minister of State for Finance, who has been a friend of the sector, who could easily be mistaken for a member of the industry himself, and who I believe has on multiple occasions showed his support for this sector as well as FICCI in general. Welcome all of you for this fantastically executed virtual platform, creative combination of good thoughts and the power of the industry and the media. Have a wonderful conference. My warm welcome, greetings, and congratulations to all of you. Namaste.
Thank you, President, for those 3 S's that you gave: stay positive, soft power, and most importantly, sustain the growth and development of the sector going forward. I'd now like to invite Mr. Uday Shankar, a media and entertainment industry veteran, a great support for FICCI Frames, and now Senior Vice President of FICCI, to give his address, please. Mr. Uday Shankar.
Thank you, Dilip. First and foremost, a warm welcome to all the participants, Honorable Minister of State for Finance, Anurag Thakurji, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Italy to India, Honorable Vincenzo De Luca ji, Joint Secretary MIB, TCA Kalyani ji, President Sangeeta Reddy, Sanjay Gupta, and everybody else. Thank you very much for joining in this totally new avatar of FICCI Frames. There isn't probably another media and entertainment event or landmark in this part of the world, or for that matter, any part of the world, that the entire industry from creative to business that looks forward to every year. And this year, when the event was just on the eve of its being staged, was disrupted because of the COVID crisis, all of us felt really disheartened. And it goes to the great credit of FICCI and FICCI Secretariat and the Media and Entertainment Committee team led by Leena Jasani, that they have found a way to reinvent it and offer it in probably an even more interactive and digestible format. So thank you to all of you for doing that. My own association with FICCI, I just wanted to say that until recently, I used to be the chair of FICCI Media and Entertainment Committee. And now I'm finally, I am delighted to welcome my friend and colleague for a number of years, Sanjay Gupta, to take over the reins. It makes me emotional. FICCI Frames has completed 20 years. That's a really big landmark. We've been participating in this year after year, so sometimes we forget exactly what these 20 years have meant to Indian media and entertainment industry. So I just wanted to, tell you that when FICCI Frames was launched, it was in India was a really fledgling industry as far as media and entertainment was concerned. It was, the total size of the industry was barely about $4 across television, print, radio, and everything included. And it wasn't even considered a very serious business. It was considered a business of power. If you were in news, it was considered a business of glamour and entertainment, but that's about it. Today, it is about a $20-25 billion industry. It's sad that the industry will take a huge hit this year on account of the disruption that COVID-19 has caused. But this is where the industry is. From about 100 channels in 2000, when FICCI Frames was first held, today we have over 900 channels in this country. The size of the print business, which was just about $1 billion and a half, is now at $4 billion. And India remains one of the few countries where print is reasonably healthy. And the big emergence in this period has been, of course, of the digital industry, which is big, successful, and has already become the nucleus of media and entertainment sector. It's also reflected in FICCI Frames, in FICCI Media and Entertainment Committee, with the takeover of Sanjay Gupta as the head of media entertainment. And a lot has changed in this industry, and I cannot but recall my own association for a minute, so please bear with me. My story of getting into FICCI has been is a very interesting story. I didn't even know, as a news editor and journalist, I did not even know what role could I play, but the then Secretary General of FICCI, Amit Mitra, who was a friend, he persuaded me to join FICCI, and there I ran into this legendary visionary, an amazing man, late Yash Chopra, who persuaded me to come and become active in FICCI. Frankly, I did not even know what role I would play and why SG was so persuasive. But he was persuasive, and you could not say no to him. And there I came into FICCI in 2010, and he persuaded me to become the chair of FICCI Broadcast Forum. And then a few years later, I took over FICCI Media and Entertainment Committee. The one thing that it did for me is to understand and embrace the media and entertainment sector in all its nuances and details. So I have just one message to say to all the youngsters who might have logged in today. The time spent on forums like FICCI Frames and FICCI Media and Entertainment Committee is not a distraction, is not time wasted. It allows you to understand the sector better, it allows you to benefit the sector better, and it allows you to contribute to the sector. And unless all of these happen, our own businesses will not grow. We have seen the role that FICCI and FICCI frames have played in the growth of media and entertainment business. And I think it is, despite all the setbacks that we are facing this year and hurdles that we're facing, those are really temporary. And I think we can easily overcome them. And we are ready in this sector to make the next big leap to a much bigger and much more successful global media and entertainment business. But for that, a few things need to change. As I wind up my formal association with FICCI Media and Entertainment Forum, not from FICCI, where I continue to be Senior Vice President, I have to say that a few things that still remain unfinished continue to trouble me. And I think the next few years, we should focus on how to change all of that. The biggest bane of the industry in this country, especially for print, TV, and now even for digital, has remained its disproportionate dependence on advertising. As the industry has grown, its dependence on advertising has grown. Usually, this number is mentioned that advertising revenues in year 2000 used to be just about $1 billion, and now that number is $10 billion. It has helped the growth of the industry, it has sustained the industry, and all the participants have benefited from it. But it's also been a bit of a distraction, because globally the industry has grown, whether it is newspapers and magazines, whether it is TV, or whether it is other forms of content delivery. They have benefited from building a direct-to-consumer relationship where the consumer pays for the product. In this country, and truth be told, all of us are guilty of this. We decided to be short-sighted, we decided to subsidize our products, and we decided, in order to create hurdles for smaller challengers, we decided to take charge of, to subsidize our businesses for the buyer, for the consumer, and get the money from the advertiser. That has become a very, very big setback for the industry. And if this industry has to grow to the next level, I think the one thing that must be fixed is our ability and our desire to get people to pay for what they consume. That's fair, and that's the only way this industry can grow. This year's setback for media and entertainment is going to be very, very severe. This is one of the industries which people do not often realize is going to be hurt very badly because of the COVID setback. And that is primarily because of our disproportionate dependence on advertising. And I think years ahead, we must fix that. The second thing that I should mention, while President Sangeeta Reddy mentioned the growth of the films business and theatrical exhibition and even television content and newspaper, those are all great. Those are all very impressive achievements. However, for a country of this size, we should be doing a lot better. Our ambitions in the area of content remain really very small. We are very happy winning in television, winning the TRP or BARC wars of every Thursday. And as long as we are going ahead over the heads of our competitors, we feel very good. But that really is, again, a huge distraction. The content business has gone truly global, and the opportunity to scale it up is much, much bigger. Today, intermediaries have been marginalized, and we have the technology and the ability to go direct to consumer and build our businesses much bigger. And this is not just about TV. This is about newspapers, this is about digital, and this is about all other forms of business. We haven't done that. And what is worse is that we have also actually been even more short-sighted and gone and worked with agencies like regulators and other competitors to create hurdles in the way of unlocking the power of the business. And as a result of that, we've not been able to invest in content, and we have not taken our ambitions to the global domain. For instance, even much smaller countries like South Korea, like Israel, like Turkey, and our ambassador is sitting here. Countries like Italy, of course, have a much bigger media business. Their content travels globally. Indian content let us face it, still doesn't travel globally. The films do not travel globally. Television content doesn't travel globally. And this is not for lack of creativity. This is only because of our smaller ambitions and short-sightedness. I think the industry should fix that. Because unless we start becoming a bigger player or factor in the global content consumption space, the business will always be suboptimal. And finally, for an industry that's growing at this rate, we have to expand and create the talent funnel that we have. People coming into this business, whether it is on the side of news, whether it is visual content, whether it is digital content, we still do not have organized supply funnels of high quality that train writers, other technicians, directors, actors, etc. And that is becoming a stumbling block. And we need to work on that. And finally, I think this cannot happen. And this is, I make this reference particularly to Honorable Minister and to the Joint Secretary. But this cannot happen unless the government recognizes the sector to be an important part of the economy, albeit creative economy, that can create jobs, businesses, wealth, and can also create the soft power that President Sangeeta Reddy was referring to, that lead to a greater and bigger and more shiny brand India globally. Media has been by and large kept to play a marginal role in the industry, in Indian economy, and that has hurt the country, and that has hurt the brand of the country globally. I think it's time that we started fixing that. And when we look to come out of the COVID crisis, that probably is the best opportunity to do a complete pivot and start thinking about it. Thank you very much. I once again thank everyone in FICCI Media and Entertainment Committee for supporting me, helping me, and embracing me, and of course sometimes suffering me for over a decade. Thank you very much. Over to Sanjay Gupta.
Thank you, Uday. Advertisement, ambition, ability to go direct to the customer, availability of talent, and acceptance that the sector plays a huge role in the economy. Thank you for those insights. And may I now invite Mr. Sanjay Gupta, Country Manager and Vice President, Google India, who has recently taken over as the Chairman of the FICCI and Media Entertainment Committee for his address. Sanjay, over to you.
Thank you, Dilip. A very good morning to all of you and a warm welcome to the very special edition of FICCI Frames. My regards to the Honorable Ministers, Shri Prakash Javadekar ji and Shri Anurag Thakur ji, His Excellency Mr. Vincenzo De Luca, Ambassador of Italy to India, Ms. Kalyani, Joint Secretary MIB, President FICCI, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, my mentor and guide, Mr. Uday Shankar, Secretary General of FICCI, Mr. Dilip Chenoy, and all my colleagues of the media and entertainment industry. When we met last year, the world was a slightly different place. We talked of the exponential impact that digital was delivering for the media and entertainment sector and how we could leverage the power of digital to truly harness the potential of the M&E sector. And we have indeed made progress. The industry had a revenue of $20 billion in 2019, and the digital media accounted for 20% of the industry revenue. Even more heartening is the news that through direct and indirect employment, the M&E sector employed close to 5 million people in 2019. All this is great news. However, the world has changed in the last 4 months. We are going through one of the most uncertain periods in our living history. Through this period, the media and entertainment sector has been hit very, very hard. The studios are just about opening up. Cinema halls are still closed and will continue to be so for some more time. Not everyone is comfortable getting a newspaper delivered to their homes. And the advertising revenues, which is a lifeline of this industry, as Uday talked about earlier, are down anywhere from 50% to 90% over the last few months. If I look at the full year 2020, will see the sector shrink to $15 billion. Even bigger challenge is the impact on jobs and the livelihood of those impacted. As we find ways to adapt to this new normal, it is estimated that around 20% of our workforce may lose their jobs, potentially impacting nearly 1 million people. The pandemic has forced the entire world into a conversation about trade, interdependence, and economic recovery. And to my mind, this is a moment for us as an industry to usher in a fundamental shift in the way the M&E sector works and is perceived by the world. The world needs to see us not just as an M&E sector solving for India, but as a creative powerhouse that delivers globally and inspires the world. To realize this opportunity in India, we need collective effort, both from within the industry as well as the government. To be honest, we have the stories and the storytellers. The Indian media industry is the biggest in the world by output. Over 500,000 hours of television content is made every year. 80,000 newspapers are published daily, and more than 1,600 feature films are produced each year. 98% of this output is conceptualized, shaped, and produced in India. Each piece is uniquely crafted, stamped through the local assembly lines, distributed locally, and very often today exported to various parts of the world. Very few industries can claim this extent of indigenous creation, be it electronics, handsets, or auto. Even with factories in India, they assemble parts shipped from various countries in the world. In my mind, there cannot be a more compelling Make in India story for this country than the media and entertainment industry. Also, we are one of the global leaders in technology across graphics, animation, VFX, and that is completely revamping the contours of storytelling in India. In fact, our technology is powering the world. The dragons in the Game of Thrones were created by an animation studio in Mumbai. Even more than a decade back, the visual effects for Avatar were powered by an Indian firm. With the right support, India can become a global hub for post-production and support content in areas like animation, VFX, and game development. Today, we have so many more screens where 1 billion Indians can engage. First came cinema, where we have only 10,000 screens even today in the country. Then came television, which over the last 3 decades has grown exponentially. Today, there are more than 20 crore TV screens, and we add more than 1 crore a year. But with the power of connectivity and low cost of data, in almost a click, about 50 crore more screens across the country have been lit up. Today on these new screens, people are watching movies, reading news, listening to songs, engaging with the best Indian drama and reality shows, and of course, learning new skills. The potential has become more real than ever, with digital connecting audiences across the globe, providing powerful art and storytelling a global canvas. Centuries ago, stories from India traveled across countries and continents. Without conquest or without any technology, these were stories like Ramayana and Mahabharata, or the tales of Gautam Buddha. If they could capture the imagination of the world just on the power of their ideas and characters, what excuse do we have today? When it comes to films, India gets less than 7% of its revenues from overseas markets. Hollywood, in contrast, earns almost 70% from the global markets. Despite years of applause for Bollywood from various corners of the world, we have still not managed to create a truly global market for our creative work. And I believe that by limiting the significance of the M&E industry to just economic value or jobs creation, and positioning ourselves in a fragmented way as print or TV or radio or gaming or films, we have long ignored the true potential of this creative industry. Cultural exports such as these need to be valued for their influence and the multiplier impact they can create for other sectors of the economy, as well as the strategic role they can play in positioning India on a global stage and its growing global significance. Countries around the world like UK, South Korea, and Japan provide powerful examples how joint forums between the government and the creative industry have unlocked tremendous value for both. The Creative Industry Council in UK worked on aspects such as finance, skills, regulation, export markets, IP, and the infrastructure for the creative industry, and solved it by providing a strategic long-term framework for each of these issues. This helped the UK creative economy to cross the £100 billion mark in 2017. I believe, and all of us in FICCI M&E committee believe, that we can be a $100 billion industry by 2030. With forward-looking policy initiatives like simplification of the taxation framework, adoption of a light touch regulatory approach, infrastructure status to the industry, and support to accelerate exports of films and games, we can enable the industry to get clarity and ensure that companies can invest with a long-term growth opportunity in mind. In the short term, we do need to expedite some of the policy decisions which can help in the sector's recovery. We need to possibly resolve some of the critical issues like tax burden on DTH and radio. It could be allowing theaters to be used for multiple activities like showing sports games or educational activities to maximize capital utilization, and looking at local taxation to see if we can eliminate it. Broadcasting sector will benefit by ensuring light touch regulation. Can CSR money be used for advertising of products and services which are beneficial to society today in these unique times? In my mind, it is not about giving cash benefits, but enabling the industry to continue on the recovery path, but with speed. It'll ensure that we pull through the next 1 year with minimal impact to both lives and livelihood. The FICCI M&E committee is focused on working with the government to unlock the full potential of the industry to power India's economic engine. We'll soon come back to you, Honorable Minister, with our recommendations, including those emerging from the discussion in this forum over the next 1 week on the way forward. We believe we can be the creative powerhouse that delivers globally and inspires the world. And to sum up, I would say the opportunity is to not only make in India, but light up the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. You started with the compelling story and of course talked about the creative powerhouse in terms of talent and technology. And we talked about, connectivity and costs, and also creating a global marketplace as we go forward through a collective effort. So thank you very much for your address. Italy, as you know, is the partner country to this 21st edition of Frames. If it was held, as Mr. Uday Shankar said, in March, we would have had a large delegation physically present in India. But they are still here attending it virtually. Virtual B2B meetings have been fixed between Italian delegation members and the Indian counterparts. We also have a virtual Italy pavilion where the Italian companies are being represented. You may visit and send meeting requests to talk to them. And to represent Italy in this inaugural session, we have His Excellency Vincenzo Di Luca, Ambassador of Italy to India. I would like to welcome him to give his special address. His Excellency, Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. Chenoy. Namaste, good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation. Italy is proud to participate as partner country at FICCI eFrame 2020 in this unique, innovative setting of a new digital platform. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Indian government, Minister of Information and Broadcasting and Environment Javadekar, and Minister of State of Finance Thakur, all the Indian partners, FICCI, and the Italian institution and partner that worked extensively over the last few months to make this event possible. First of all, allow me to spend a few moments to bid farewell to a great ambassador of Italian culture and music in the world that unfortunately left us yesterday, Maestro Ennio Morricone. There are no words to describe the extraordinary talent of this amazing artist, a true excellence of our time that through his art gave an enormous contribution to Italy and internationally. One of the quotes that I think best describe his talent is the one by Sergio Leone, another maestro of the international cinema. The synergy between the two have always been very strong. Sergio Leone once said that when working together with Maestro Morricone, would adapt his melody to Leone film, that he would then readapt the scene to Ennio Morricone melodies. Maestro Morricone was a unicum as he brought classical music together with pop music. During the lockdown in Italy, people played his music on the terrace and balconies of their home. Even during the last month of his life, he was able to give back to Italy emotion and hope. Grazie, Maestro. We'll miss you. Moving on to FICCI E-Frame, we are very happy to be here today. As you very well know, we were meant to hold a series of great events in Mumbai last March, but we have to hold the celebration off due to COVID-19 outbreak. But COVID didn't stop FICCI, and COVID didn't stop our digital participation. We are satisfied that the rich delegation of companies from the Italian creative industry will have the opportunity to meet their counterparts in this magnificent platform B2B meeting and develop common projects. FICCI Frame is a unique opportunity to present to the Indian most qualified audience the best of Italy creative industry. Our beautiful location as shooting destination and the system of incentive in place to attract foreign production. We'll also have a special focus on animation. I would say, just elaborating the previous speech of Mr. Gupta, that maybe Italy can give support to a more global projection of Bollywood industry, as well as Bollywood industry could give us more Asian and global projection to our shooting destination, to our production, to our handcraft. There is a lot of Italian handcraft in the movie. If you see in the last 20 years, the Oscar, many of these Oscars were given to Italian production companies or artists. Culture is the emblem of Italy, and is indeed also one of the drivers of the Italian economy. The creative industry in Italy, as well as in India, but in Italy accounts for 6% of the whole Italian GDP, and 14% of our export. Italian creative industry is key not only to support the economic growth, but is also, in Italy as well as in India, the soft power all over the world. As ambassador of Italy to India, I strongly believe that cinema plays a crucial role in the culture and economic relation between our two countries. And I would say that since the 50s, we had strong links between the Indian cinema and the Italian cinema. If we think about one of the most important movie directors, Satyajit Ray, who won the Scene Award in Venice in 1984. Italy hosts many film productions from India every year. We are proud of this result, and we hope to do more in production, co-production, in sharing experience for the coming future. I wish all the best to this digital edition of FICCI Frame. Dani avanti, viva Italia, viva India.
Thank you, Excellency. I'm sure this participation of Italy in Italian delegation is going to write a different story in the Indo-Italian partnership in the audiovisual sector, as you said, starting with Satyajit Ray in 1984. And I'm sure we will work together on this joint support for taking both India and Italian film and talent globally. It is now time, and we are delighted to have with us this morning Shri Anurag Thakur, Honorable Minister of State for Finance, Government of India. I would like to invite the Honorable Minister to deliver his keynote address. As you know, the Minister was also the chair of the Parliamentary Committee before he became a Minister, and he has always lent tremendous support not only to the industry but to FICCI. Thank you, Mr. Minister, and may I invite you to deliver your address.
Thank you, Dilip ji. President FICCI, Mrs. Sangeeta Reddy, Vice President FICCI, Senior Vice President FICCI, Shri Uday Shankar ji, Chairman FICCI Media and Entertainment Committee, Shri Sanjay Gupta ji, His Excellency Ambassador of Italy, Diluca, Secretary General FICCI, Mr. Dilip Chenoy, friends from entertainment media industry and members of the FICCI Media and Entertainment Committee. A very good morning to all of you who have tuned into this video conference. Let me begin by saying, you invited me a couple of times earlier also. You invited me about a couple of times earlier also, but I could not make it. I always thought that I'll come in the next FICCI Frames edition. But who thought in the beginning of 2020 that this will be the digital conference which will happen and which will bring all of us together on this webinar? But I'm thankful that you invited me to put across my thoughts in this. The coronavirus has unsettled long-term plans of nations. It has redefined the labor market. It has disrupted global supply chains and created uncertainty in every aspect of business. No one can predict when this pandemic will end. In the Finance Ministry, we are evaluating the situation regularly, and as we have seen in the recent weeks, we are swiftly implementing an announcement made so far. The Atmanirbhar package will have a multiplier effect on the economy. If you look at this, the 2 decades of reforms were undertaken in the span of 2 weeks. India means business in a world where it is no longer business as usual. India's resilience will sail us through these testing times and triumph. We have announced the Atmanirbhar package, which focuses on survival of business and sets a roadmap for the revival of the economy. Modi government is doing everything possible for the Indians and India Inc. Now let me come to the theme for today's conference. It is the creative economy. The creative economy is an interplay between human creativity, ideas, intellectual property, knowledge, and technology. One of the key pillars of the knowledge-based economy is the economic activity generated by the creative activity or the creative industry. The creative economy and its industries are high-growth sectors, if nurtured properly, can tremendously boost competitiveness, productivity, sustainable growth, employment, and the export potentials of India. The challenge before India is in the form of intellectual property, which is the IP, and the copyright digitalization, skilled workforce, and access to distribution networks. Mr. Uday Shankar has rightly said that the industry is totally dependent on the advertisement, whereas globally, if you could see, the major income comes from the distribution networks or from the payment which each consumer pays. We must align all of these to accelerate and create new avenues of growth and revenue. If we look at the value of global growth or the global market for creative goods, it has doubled from $208 billion in 2002 to $509 billion in 2015. India needs to have a bigger chunk of this pie. While we create volume, we must also create value. We must set our goals higher. As Mr. Uday Shankar said, higher ambition and farsightedness will help India. For simply being made in India, we must also aim to be designed in India and conceptualized in India. The question before everyone listening to me today is this: do you want to stagnate and disintegrate, or innovate to dominate? Do you want to live on hope or make it happen? Does India want to lead or being led? Sanjay Gupta ji and Uday Shankar ji, I have worked with them earlier when I was heading BCCI, and my long tenure in BCCI, I've seen their aggressiveness as far as the media and entertainment industry, including sports, is concerned, from IPL to the other cricket broadcasting rights. But apart than that, what Mr. Dilip Chunai has said, that I also headed the FICCI Parliamentary Forum for US-India Friendship Group for a couple of years, and one of the delegation which I led a few years back to US, I made it a point that we'll visit some media and entertainment industry, that where does the future lies? What are the opportunities for India? And which are the sectors India can grow? And trust me, that trip was very, very useful for most of the parliamentarians. We could see how digital platforms have been doing well globally. So today, Udayji, you and other industry leaders are here. Let me just say this, that the current pandemic and lockdown situation has shown us that work from home is here to stay. Direct to home, which is DTH, has found a companion in work from home, which is WFH. And I could see you didn't get a haircut as well. A different look, a new look. I must say that with most of us, this is the situation, though I have to go to the ministry every day, meet people, work more than, again, 14 to 16 hours every day, because this is not an easy situation for all of us. We need to continuously innovate and take certain decisions in many directions and look at the areas of growth or avenues where India can grow. I think the media industry has been forced to move on from simply having print versions to digital, and the bulky cameras has been replaced by smartphone broadcasts and video. While jobs have been lost, new ones in the digital space have been created, employing millions. The rise of the OTT platforms means big blockbuster movies are now also releasing on app-based platforms. Television soap stars have been replaced by emerging series stars that have a cult following. Nearly every reputable media house has an OTT platform to broadcast on-demand content. But are we truly future ready? Are we truly future ready? And more important, shock-proof from disruption. I could see when I interact with many industries every day through these kind of webinars, though I interact with a lot of industry leaders from small to big. I think Sangeeta ji will be giving more speeches than me today these days on these webinars. On one hand, while you invest billions of dollars, the question also rises, are you building an ecosystem that nurtures talent and growth for the future in India? There is immense potential for original content creation and simultaneous job creation by investing in the vernacular language segment of the entertainment industry. This represents immense opportunities for growth. Can OTT bridge the long-standing divide between the Bollywood and Tollywood? Can we create creative incubators that identify and groom talent in graphic design, sound animation, and visual effects? And in the years ahead, can India capture the visual effects, animations, graphics, and sound market? Mr. Sanjay Gupta has rightly said that our talented youngsters and the industry has actually worked for many Hollywood companies, digitization, animation. India has been doing well, but I think there's still a lot of scope. Can our media and entertainment industry champion Atmanirbhar Bharat? Can we tell stories that project new India and its product through our media and mediums? This will support our allied industries and sectors. It is a known fact that our media drives consumer choices and consumerism. And can we project our soft power, such as yoga, Ayurveda, ancient medicine, science, performing arts, crafts, textiles, and so on? I think there is huge potential to showcase India's soft power. We all can do this. And I think this is an opportunity for all of us. The way the Prime Minister Modi says, कि परेशानियों में भी, कठिनाइयों में भी अवसर ढूंढने हैं. During these difficult times, we have to look for opportunities. And I think this is the right time for India to grow. The global situation, because of this pandemic, which has started from our neighbor, it has impacted the entire globe, entire industry. Tell me which country is not being impacted or affected by this. Globally, the industry has lost billions and billions of dollars. The economy has lost trillions of dollars. And who has to be blamed? I'm not here to blame and shame game, but I'm here to say that here is the opportunity. And I think Indian industry can do well. If our films, our series, our serials, our soaps are being appreciated globally, the language can't be barrier. These digital platforms can help us to grow. And I'm sure FICCI is the platform through which you can put across your voice. You can reach out to the government, reach out to the various other industries, sectors, and tell us what, as a ministry, we can do for media and entertainment industry. Because I see a lot of employment opportunities here. I see a lot of growth opportunities here. I see a lot of possibilities arising out of here. Because if you look at the last 3 years, we have seen a sea change as far as the digital media is concerned. And I'm sure with the use of more technology, and we have seen it in the remote areas also, well, the elderly people also, how they use the technology, they use the digital platforms, from social media platforms to the entertainment digital platforms. This has given a lot of opportunity. I'm sure India is going to do well. And FICCI, Media and Entertainment, this group, they can create a roadmap for India. We can sit together, and I'm looking forward for that meeting, whether physically or on a webinar again, that what steps the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Information Broadcasting should take for the growth of this industry. I'm again grateful for the FICCI to providing me this platform to share my views. And I end with these thoughts and this last line, that every step of the way, Prime Minister Modi government will support you. Thank you once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Minister Anurag Thakurji. I think for not only, I think the way you ended was the complete support of the government to make it happen, but your words of innovate, incubate, bridge the gap, capture the minds and imagination of the world, act and lead and create the future. I think these are very key advice and positive address to industry. Thank you very much. We now have a short message from the Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Environment, Forest and Climate Change and Heavy Industry and Public Enterprise, Shri Prakash Javadekar ji.
I take pleasure in joining you for the first virtual FICCI Frames. As I have said before, virtual inaugurations is the new normal. And those virtual spaces are the new places for real partnerships. So the gathering may be virtual, but partnership emanating from it can be real. And this is very good opportunity. Today, more than 1,000 delegates have joined the FICCI Frames. We also are conducting our virtual public meetings, workers' meeting. So at no one place, people are more than 100, but all sit separately, see us or our leaders on LED or on their phone, and they can join in. And we have carried out successful virtual rallies consisting of 100,000 workers joining the rally. So I think the COVID has given us an opportunity in a way to think afresh of the way we communicate. Because now we are doing more programs, because each program gets completed in 60 or 90 minutes. Otherwise, commuting was a big problem, and communication used to take little time, but commuting used to take more time. And therefore, today we are very innovative in that way, and we have found out this solution. This is human thing. This is human intelligence. We have decided to help industry in many ways. And I can assure you at the beginning that we will be partner with you. Because we all need to work together to make a progress and harness the soft power of India, that is media and entertainment. The first among these is the government is coming up with the standard operating procedure for shooting films in India in the light of pandemic. Further, to accelerate the restart of filmmaking that had come to a standstill as a result of COVID, is also coming up with the incentives of production in all sectors, including TV serials, filmmaking, co-production, animation, gaming. We'll be announcing these measures shortly. Besides, you would be pleased to know that the Film Facilitation Office, more than 80 foreign film producers have taken advantage of this facility. They got single window clearance for shooting of their films in India. Today in the morning, one new ambassador going to Slovenia met me. She told me that Slovenia is the best country, beautiful country, more pictures there. Then the famous European scenes are costly. Slovenia is much cheaper. But our people have not found that location I think we should take advantage of that. The importance of Indian media and entertainment sector cannot be stressed enough. The content we produce, television, film and digital original, is consumed in over 150 countries. The sector generates millions of jobs, significant revenues, and despite the impact of COVID, it is growing at a good pace. Our share in the global market is small, but can grow phenomenally. Given India's cost advantage of 40 to 60% for producing the same quality of content as advanced countries, we can achieve stupendous result if we work together. There is need for more entrepreneurs, founders and leaders in the media and entertainment sector to steer the industry forward. We need more innovation, origination and ownership. And the Government of India stands shoulder to shoulder with the industry in achieving all this. So, all the best. I am very sure today's deliberations will definitely bring up many good new ideas. And whatever good ideas you come with, you can share with me anytime. And we will be there with you for making a progress for the country. Thank you and all the best.
Telling some of the media people that over 1 lakh crores has been dispersed in terms of the loans, and that's a good number if we could keep an eye on that. But project, pardon me? I'm sorry I missed you.
Sangeeta.
Like,
Sangeeta ji, I'll call you later and discuss this with you.
Ji, perfect.
10. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second session. I know the schedule says that the second session is Mr. Amitabh Khan. That will start at 1 o'clock. We now have Shaping the Future of M&A in today's digitalized and information-driven economy. To tell us more, I would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Pranjal Sharma, economic analyst and author, India Automated. Mr. Pranjal, the panel is all yours.
Hello, everybody, and thanks for joining this special session. I think this is a sector which is, very, very for our lives, even in normal times. But I think in these extraordinary times, it's playing an even more important role. And also the fact that this sector has been in a throes of transformation, again, before COVID, with the digital revolution and the fourth industrial revolution, but COVID has intensified it in several ways. It has changed it in positive and negative ways. So I think we have a lot to unpack in this session. I'm going to begin right away by inviting Mr. Amit Khare, Secretary, Information and Broadcasting Ministry, to give his address. Post that, we will have industry experts who you all know to share their thoughts. I think the key concern, of course, is regulatory and policy issues, where can we look at a harmonized approach to this industry while the industry itself is changing? Can the policy and how can the policy actually change itself to keep pace? And can we make sure that at a time when we are focusing a lot on India's own strengths, how do we capitalize on the legacy advantages that this sector has? So, Mr. Khare, may I invite you to share your address, please?
Thank you very much. It is really nice to be with FICCI Frames again, rather E-Frame. I was there with you last year. And digital, or the present situation, which has really pushed the digital interaction much more. Well, there was some discussion in the previous session. There are some advantages, disadvantages. But primarily, if I look from my viewpoint, 15 minutes ago, I was interacting with the directors of various IITs all over India. And now I'm interacting with the industry leaders here. So a great jump is there. You can be at different places at different points of time, interacting with different people. But yes, the emotions that are expressed across the table are missing. And definitely M&D industry does work on the emotions. Now, without going or taking much time about the way industry has changed. In fact, in the morning, I was just thinking about the past. We had a Murphy radio in our house. And then I think there is no Murphy now and no Bush transistor. And slowly it got changed to very small devices which came from Japan. And now, say around 40 years later, we again are back to the digital radio. So evolution is there. And in any society, there will be, once it develops, there is need for information, there is need for entertainment, there is need for furthering of knowledge. And no wonder this digital experience that we are having now, and which we had before COVID also, has been of great help. In fact, if we want to maintain old records, if we want to maintain the scriptures which are there, or the diversity of India, nothing better than to have them on digital platforms. Now, with this background, one question which is quite often asked to us in the ministry, that what is the role of the ministry of INB in the area of M&D? Well, one, as a regulator, but second, and perhaps even more important, the emerging role is that of a facilitator. Regulatory regimes, as mentioned by Mr. Pranjal, I mentioned this in the last session also when I was present with you, that unfortunately in our country, the regulatory regimes have developed as per the platforms. So first came the print media. So we had the press council. It has a separate type of regulation. Then we had the All India Radio at the same time, almost at the same time. They have a different structure. For example, FM radio are not permitted to have news other than that of AIR. Television developed on a different line altogether. And in television, there is no pre-censorship, but post-production. If there is violation of the code, they have certain regulatory structures. Film, of course, they require prior certification. So if we take broadly, and the fifth, the emerging media, the OTT platforms, they don't have any regulation as of now. So for 5 different media, that is print, radio, television, films, and the OTT platform, 4 of them are having different type of regulatory practices. Some are self-regulated, some are pre-regulated, some are post-regulated, and one of them is unregulated. But when it comes to the content and how it is delivered, in the present days, everything is converging. What we used to call as different media earlier. Now the same thing which when it appears online, in newspaper, if it is printed, it will be subject to PCI regulations. But on the other hand, if it is an online edition, it cannot be subject to PCI because it is not printed. Similarly, if a film is exhibited on an OTT platform, it will not be subject to the Central Board of Film Certification because it is not being exhibited as a film there. If we take a TV program or TV news, they also have a different system. Now, what the ministry is trying, and let us be very clear, instead of bringing everybody to the lowest common, the attempt is to have more freedom to all of them. We must try to regulate or rather facilitate all the sector. There is definitely a need for a level playing field amongst the different media. But level playing field will not mean that we bring everybody under a very heavy regulatory structures. In fact, the entire last 6 years of the present government has been focused on ease of doing business and on having less regulation, less regulation, but more effective regulation. As because I'm also looking after HRD nowadays. So there we have developed this concept of having a light but tight regulation. Instead of having 200 rules or clauses, if we have 4 of them and ask that you better comply with all them, rather than having a plethora of acts and rules and subordinate legislations without having the desired result. So the first point which I would like to mention here is the different regulatory structures. They need to be brought in sync with each other, but not to impose more regulation, but rather to liberate them, have less regulation, but more fine-tuned, more easy to implement and to have effective results. The second, particularly in the field of, say, radio, community radio, or the films, there the role of the government has to be as a facilitator. We do have small corporation like the NFDC, and we have the Prasar Bharati is autonomous, of course, supported by the government of India. But the role of the government will be more of a facilitator. For example, if films are being shot, how can we help them, assist the producers or the directors in getting clearances, in having a single window permission, in expediting their clearances or whatever post-production or pre-production issues that they have. So the film corporation, the NFDC, has developed a single window, and pre-COVID it had done well. In fact, some of the foreign film producers, they got clearances within 10 or 11 days to even shoot with a helicopter in front of Gateway of India. And when they went back to US, they appreciated the efficiency with which the central and the state governments worked. So this is the second role which I envisage for the government, is to act as a facilitator in the field of M&D. A third role which has now emerged post-COVID is also that of an educator. In fact, if you link HRD with IND, you would observe that a huge number of platforms have come up for online education. And in fact, this sector can very easily transform the India's education. Particularly, there are issues of connectivity of devices, but at least in the urban areas where we do have these systems, or at least in the premier institutions where we have the devices, where we have the connectivity, the entire education and the M&D sector can work together to educate the youth of this country. Some pertinent issues which FICCI had raised with the ministry, and the Honorable Minister had also taken a meeting about the current issues or current problems that are being faced by the industry. I am happy to say that some of those issues relating to deferment of payment, etc., they have been approved by the Honorable Minister, and those orders are being issued. But as I said, our role is more of a facilitator, less of a regulator, and post-COVID, a little bit role of an educator. I'll stop here. I think it has been a good experience last year also, and maybe next year we may meet physically, at least those personal interactions which we used to have in FICCI frames, that would be there next year. With this, I wish all the best to FICCI, and thank you also for giving us this platform.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Khare. Would you have time for a quick question if I could take that with you?
I'm here with you till 1 o'clock.
Oh, excellent. So one quick question before I go to the panelist is the harmony between the various departments of the government, because as you said, because you hold the chairs in two very important ministries, you can perhaps bring them together, and you gave a great example of education and M&E working together. But if we look at the footprint across technology sector, we look at telecom sector, I think all of them have to be in the mix. So do you think a new framework can emerge from the government where all the various departments which are critical can come together to look at M&E in a holistic manner rather than everybody looking at it in their own dimension?
I mean, you have raised a very important question. And any large organization, I mean, I've been thinking about it for a long time, that whether it is the government or any large organization, it has to be divided into bureaus and bureaucracy, as Max Weber said. But ultimately, at some point, they have to converge. COVID presented a good situation where the Prime Minister's office, they formed 11 different groups, where they try to bring different ministries together. For example, logistics is one group. We can't say that a pandemic is just the responsibility of the health ministry, or education is the responsibility only of HRD. There are issues which have to be brought together. And as you rightly said about telecom, what happens to the AGR in telecom has to be applicable to the M&D sector. We can't have two different rates of AGR for telecom sector and for the M&D, say for the direct-to-home providers. So there is a need for convergence. The ministries, of course, have been structured, and as I mentioned about OTT, so OTT being a digital platform will fall under the purview of the Ministry of IT. But now we are proposing a decision that the content should fall within the purview of INB. So convergence of various ministries is extremely necessary. particularly in the changes that are coming not only in the country but also beyond. It is necessary to have a sort of a mission mode. Digital education will include, on one hand, the service providers, the connectivity, which of course is of a different ministry, the content which comes from, say, HRD or its institutes, and of course, the providers like Doordarshan, DD Free Dish platform, or any other Airtel or any platform, which actually sends that content to a far. All of them have to be brought together. It is the need of the hour. While the ministries will exist, because as I said, any large organization has to be divided into ministries or departments. But then at a certain functional level, these working groups which have been formed by PMO, these are the ones which will drive it in a mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khare. I think that's a very optimistic and encouraging thought from you. I think that kind of convergence and coordination is absolutely critical. Let me quickly go over to our panel and get some thoughts from them. Shekhar, I'd like to begin with you, please, since you are up in the mountains, surrounded in clouds, and you said there are thunderstorms as well. But you know, you are one of those who has seen, who probably has done editing of movies with scissors, you know, and now we are in a OTT and a digital format. What are the key challenges that you see today, and how do you think the industry must cope with them? I have a feeling that the lights went out just when I addressed Shekhar. So, you know, let me go across to come back to Shekhar as soon as possible, and when he comes back. Ajit, you know, there is a lot of change, and the company that you represent has changed not just India and not just one sector, but several. What are the key issues that you see in India which will, you know, make a difference in terms of making M&E industry far better? I think opportunities are tremendous, even before COVID, but what must be done to, you know, harness them in the best way possible?
Pranjal, I think there are three big things happening in my mind, Pranjal, and for me, all those three have come together for the world, but particularly in India, that in many ways frames the opportunity for the creative economy. One is, and I don't think we have recognized the extent of the transformation, is what's happened in the last 5 years, particularly in the last 4 years, in terms of the explosion in access to affordable 4G. And the 500 million people or so who have come online, who now can not just consume media, but create media as well. And any country has seen this kind of a transition in this faster period, not even China. And I don't think we have given enough kudos to that transformation, and probably in many ways not thought about what does that mean. So that's clearly one driver in my mind. I think the second is the particular role that creative platforms and creative vehicles play and has played in the last 5, 10, 15 years around the world, driven by technology, where what we have seen is there's clearly an element of massive democratization of expression that makes these vehicles an everyday habit for people, whether they're creating or consuming media. But equally, I think we have seen that in many ways, creative vehicles, including media, are now mass vehicles. They serve almost everyone in the country. Now, that has implications for advertising and marketing, but more importantly, I think it has implication in terms of when you have mass vehicles like what television used to be, what digital platforms are today, it enables you to light up multiple sectors, whether that's education, healthcare. They provide the foundation for lighting up all kinds of segments and sectors. And for me, the third one is, as much as we have a healthcare crisis in the virus outbreak, and we continue to fight that as a country, and it's important to focus on that. It's also pretty clear that it's framed the importance of changes in consumer behavior, including the fact that a conference like this is happening in a new format. But I think it's just created, in many ways, as much as it's a negative shock to the economy and to healthcare systems around the world, there's an element of realizing that there's a different way of doing things. So if I look at that, all of the work that we have done in the last 4 years in terms of lighting up mobile phones, a new mindset on the back of COVID, and now the emergence of mass vehicles, mass creative vehicles in digital, I do think there's a moment for India to look at this and say, what next for us? How do we leverage these three forces coming together, not all of which is happening globally? I think the fact that there are mass creative vehicles here is unique to us. And I think all of this happening in a country that values open democratic expression. I think that sets the stage for the creative economy to play a big role, not just in India, but around the world as well. Back to Pranjal.
Thanks, Ajit. I think that last point is very critical, because I believe, and I say that at every fora possible, that India is the world's largest open market democracy, and there is no reason why we should not, feel and believe in it so strongly that we create structures for ourselves which perhaps are unique to us, and therefore I think some of the templates from the world we can learn from, but we really need to work on our own strengths and build on them. Karan, I'm going to come to you because you're an example of the new players which have come to leverage the creative economy that India has. You are a relatively younger player in the M&E space, but do you see companies like yours defining the future now?
Thanks, Pranjal. So yeah, I think we are certainly one of the newer entrants into the space, but we've grown pretty quickly. We are now, I think, the largest OTT in India, and I think that as Ajit said, the really key thing here has been that the structural construct of how content is consumed has changed completely. There is no sort of almost no link to what it was in the past. New audiences have opened up. For example, we always looked at television audience as 900 million to 1 billion approximately by multiplying the 200 million TVs that we had with 4.5 people per household. And what that did was, yes, of course, it was an extrapolation. But today we are looking at, I don't know what the number is, it changes every month, but today I think we're looking at at least 400 million, if not more, actual individual addressable video consumers on mobile. So I think just the sheer market size that has opened up has been quite phenomenal. And what this has done is it's opened up a completely new audience that was earlier not really quite addressable, or even really consuming what was happening on television, which was the mass medium of India. And as the secretary said, that I think we now need to get to a point where these structures get appropriately recognized. I think we Ajit and I are on one of the FICCI committees together, and one of the things that came up the last time was that digital is no longer a sort of niche media, or even a new age media anymore. 100% of the audience that anyone wants to reach out to in India is on digital. A small percentage of that is available on television or print. So I think that it's been a good journey till now. We've seen that in the kind of content that's being consumed, in the times it's being consumed, in the places it's being consumed, and MX with its scale has seen it all, across the length and breadth of the country.
So that's, I think, important, Karan, because we should actually look at screens. In my view, what is important are screens. Look at the screens in hands of people, community screens, personal screens, family screens, and then see how consumption is occurring across. Earlier we just had the silver screen to talk about, but both with the OTT as well as smart TVs and mobiles, I think just the definition of what can be offered through a screen has really undergone a change. And I think that's happening much faster than we realize, and which is where I think the key challenge lies on how do you cope with this tremendous change. I'll go over to Puneet now. Puneet, your group, and since I co-authored Subhashji's biography, I know that he has created the TV industry, private TV industry in India. Also has been very agile. Now your group straddles everything from movies to broadcast as well as OTT. Now, for a group like yours, and also in your position, Puneet, what do you think are the key opportunities we should leverage? Mr. Khare talked about light touch regulation and some kind of cohesion which is to come through. In your view, what should define the growth of M&E industry in the future? You're on mute, Puneet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. So I'm due to a tech challenge using a mobile phone, but good that I'm still able to connect. Apologies, there was some challenge earlier. While I do represent Z in this forum, I also want to just share that I would like to just address Shri Khare as the chair on the broadcast committee of FICCI. And these are occasions that I wouldn't want to let pass. So may I use this opportunity to first thank Mr. Khare for the point he raised about the light touch regulation and what he sees as the role for government and regulators, because that is one of the key points that broadcasters have raised. And I do want to raise that on behalf of all broadcasters and thank him for that view. And we hope to see more action on that. Again, we have also talked about this whole conversation on getting infrastructure status for the industry. And I will come to your question, Pranjal, but I do want to share this with Mr. Khare. We've talked often of the infrastructure status for the entire broadcast as well as the entire distribution ecosystem, because that's what allows investments to come in and hopefully infrastructure leading to talent also wanting to come in. So that's something that we will be talking to you, sir, as we go forward. And the final point, and I think you did touch upon that as well when you were talking of education, how we can, from the industry side and along with help from the government, work on this whole ecosystem on talent coming into the industry. Because like all of us are talking about, there is an explosion of content consumption, which by extension means there's an explosion on content creation. And hence, how do we get the right kind of talent, the right volume of talent, and how do we broad base the industry so that there is a lot more places from which content can start to come in as well. So those are some things that I did want to raise as part of that committee on broadcast. But let me just come back to the question that you raised. And I'll share with you what we are thinking in the group. And that might be slightly different to the conversation we were having just now. See, I think the obsession with platform, the obsession with the mediums is something which I think is a very narrow view. And again, even at the cost of upsetting some, shall we say, long-held beliefs, let me just go ahead and make this a bit more lively on this conversation. You see, the world of content has focused on either the platform or the content creator. And in all that, one of the things which has got missed out and which now has to come front and center is who are you making it for? And let me step out of the content world and take another category which might just bring it to life what I'm trying to lead to. Let's take tea as a category. Tea is something we're all passionate about, right? It's like everyone's got their own way of having tea. And tea is emotion. It's really strong emotion, just like content is. And if you look at the product, you know, it gets served in many ways. You drink it at home, you drink it outside, you drink it in 5-star hotels. It's very different shapes and forms. But the big thing there is neither the product nor the platforms or the occasions where it's served. It's about who's the consumer. And if you build the ability to understand the consumer and what they are and who they are, and you know, we have so many languages, so many cultures, the sheer diversity makes it so important. And now you add to that the other variable that the same person behaves differently when they might be watching, let's say, on a mobile phone alone, or when they are on an aircraft, or when they are home in the family, watching television with the family. So I think that that's what I believe is a core shift for us in the industry, that how do we get, without compromise, obviously the primacy of content creator always will remain. How do we get this thinking of who you're making for, where they're consuming, and then add the creative power of the individual who's the creator to create great characters, great stories, great content, great news, and so on. So I think that's one thing which will, if we're thinking becoming 20 times the revenue, we'll first have to know the multiplicity and the complexity of the people who we are serving, and then figure out the complexity of the various platforms, and then the complexity of discovery and marketing and so on. So that's one thing which I think we in the group are at least wanting to obsess about.
Sure, Puneet. So thanks. I think that's you made it very simple actually. Connecting the creator and the consumer, and everything else is a detail, important details. But I think creator and consumers have to be in touch in the best way possible. Shekhar is back with us. So Shekhar, we saw you go off, but you've seen the transformation from the time when you were probably editing movies with the scissors to OTT. How do you see the entertainment industry evolving? Do you think, there are some concerns about the way movies are being made or distributed. Of course, there is some concern that people are trying to hold it back and not allowing technology to go ahead and take root. Where do you see the industry right now?
Yeah, I'm going to speak very fast because I don't know if I'll go up again. So please forgive me.
Yes, but you can still stay on audio. In case we lose your video, you can still. All right.
I will do my best. So I think what Puneet was saying is there's a very interesting thing he was saying. Here's what we've got to imagine. Technology is moving faster even than the content creators, established content creators can manage. Today, for example, we banned TikTok. It was a political ban. It wasn't anything to do. It was political censorship. And I'm not saying that was wrong. In about a month, we'll have Indian TikToks all over, right? You take one TikTok star, take the biggest TikTok stars, okay? Here's the issue. You take all the Indian stars, add all their social media up, take all the cricket stars, add all the social media up, and one huge TikTok star will have greater impact, greater reach than all of these people together. So everybody's watching TikTok. So how do you regulate TikTok? I forget regulation. How do we adapt as content creators to TikTok? And by the time we've adapted to TikTok, there's a new technology. And TikTok just crept upon us. Now there's a new technology. So one of the things as a content creator, I'm saying, and I think Puneet's right, I'm a storyteller. Can I tell a story on TikTok? Can I tell a good story on TikTok? Can I tell a good story on OTT? OTT is actually not that different from what TV was. It's just you can binge watch, right? But there will be other technologies. There'll be technologies in OTT. I've just seen a technology where sitting at home, you can have an immersive experience. You can do a Mahabharat on OTT, but you can walk into Mahabharat. You can become a character in Mahabharat, and you can do it sitting at home and create your own story. And then another story within the story, and within the story. How do I, as a content creator, handle that? I'm used to film. There are only 11,000 theaters in India. Film is not as important as it used to be. And anyway, we used to say film is for the masses. How many people, even in the middle class, can actually afford to go see a film more than once a month or twice a month? Those ideas we've got to let go. We are storytellers, whether we make it on TikTok. So that is the creative aspect of me. The regulatory aspect is even more difficult, because once you regulate one platform, one technology, a new technology is taken over. Now you start regulating that. So let's say, TikTok was banned for the security of the nation. It has nothing to do with censorship and regulation, but it is regulation. Platforms are also regulation. So I'm just going to stop there and throw that out, that between entertainment and media, when we say entertainment and media, there are not two silos. It's one silo. It's all together. Education, more people go to YouTube for education than all the classes put together. Look at the kind of, we say, we'll give people educational experience of hands-on things. Just go to YouTube, see how many people in India do for education. Now, let's take that into account. So I'm just going to leave it there. I've opened the discussion out to say technology moves faster than regulation, but even faster than established OTT players, OTT is faster than storytellers. I'm a kind of a dinosaur. My fear is becoming a dinosaur. It's not like I won't be able to make films. Films may not be valid anymore. I need to keep learning to tell stories, even in 30 seconds, on any platform that is available to me to reach out to the consumer of content.
Absolutely, Shekhar. That's brilliant because we haven't even seen. I think we're at the beginning of this information and digital era, and I can tell you that we have not even discussed things like augmented reality and virtual reality, because then you will have more immersive experiences in media entertainment. Gaming is such an important aspect of media and entertainment as well. We haven't even touched the surface. So I think, as you said, the regulatory aspect has to be on certain principles rather than rules, so that you say, well, certain things are beyond acceptance, but everything else is open. I think that's the kind of approach which, as you say, will work very well. And I think what's also embedded in what you say is that industry needs to evolve very fast as well. You cannot force the government or other people to hold back. But let me come into
may I just say one more thing?
Sure.
I work with MIT now,
right.
looking at new technologies. There are new technologies of storytelling. And what COVID has done, just as it's accelerated Zoom to new levels, it is also accelerating the idea of delivering to you over your device immersive technologies. Just what I was talking about.
Exactly.
So that acceleration has happened because of COVID, because there's a huge amount of investment going on in there. And I tell you, in a few months, we'll be amazed at what's offered to us. We won't even able to, ये क्या हो गया, ये कैसे हो गया? अरे लेकिन सब बच्चे तो उसी के ऊपर बैठे हैं. ये क्या है? ये नई टेक्नोलॉजी क्या है? अब आप कंटेंट क्रिएट करो उसको. So for me, it's a constant learning. That's why I'm at MIT, to constantly learn. What is a new technology? How do I reach people? Because that's what I want to do. I want my stories to reach people.
So I think what what's going to happen is happening in part is the consumer also becomes a co-creator in some ways, and I think that's where we are headed. Girish, coming to you, we have to end at 1 sharp, so I'll come to you and then a quick response from Mr. Khare. Girish, your view on where we are headed. Of course, your strengths lie in news, but you've done several other things. But we'd like to know what you think about the discussion and the ideas thrown so far.
So after listening to Puneet and Mr. Shekhar Kapoor and Mr. Khare, I realized that newspaper is the only regulated sector currently. Every Indian language newspaper. If you remember 15-20 years back, people were saying that, okay, now since the news has come on television, who's going to read newspaper? But it has happened other way. In last 20 years time, there's been a growth of almost 11% CAGR in last 20 years time in the circulation of newspaper and readership also. Now think of, Mr. Khare, I would like to take this opportunity to ask you that in spite of all the regulation, if this sector is growing so healthily, so if government takes away the regulation and our competition, for example, I realize that we have a FICCI cap of 26%, correct? But at the same time, the news aggregators, those who take the news from our newspapers and put it on a digital platform, they have no cap. In fact, current news aggregators are owned and funded by the Chinese company. And you are surprised to see when those for 59 were banned, and these Chinese-owned news where they are interfering in the news in the country, they've been let alone, So I guess if government really looks at this sector from a news perspective, that how we can balance the regulation. I'm not saying no to regulation. I'm very happy with the regulation. And unfortunately, our format gives a 24 hours time to the editor to verify the news. Unlike any other platform where the guy, goes live and say whatever he wants to say. In our case, the editor gets a chance to say, show me your source of a reporter and then verify the news and all that. So we're very happy with the regulation, but at the same time, we expect government to understand that those news aggregators and other platforms, they also need to be regulated. So it's a level playing field, as you mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Thanks, Girish. I think that's a very critical point, looking at what is allowed, because when we started looking at FDI in newspaper in the 90s, I remember the kind of debates which used to happen, and 2 or 3 media barons were leading the fight for it, but still we haven't really got to where we should. I mean, radio is an example of that. When you have podcasts open everywhere, there's no reason why domestic FM radio should not have news. But we have come to close to the end of the session. But what I would do, I'd like to come back to Mr. Khare because several thoughts were raised, which I'm sure he'd like to respond to. Mr. Khare, with your thoughts, after your thoughts, we'll close the session. But any responses that to the ideas raised by the panelists?
A number of suggestions, ideas, they have been raised. I'll respond to three main ones. One, about declaring this industry as infrastructure. So this was raised by the chairman of the broadcast committee and also by, I think it has been in discussion for the last more than a year or so. Let me tell you that Ministry of INB is fully supportive of this proposal. In fact, we took it to Ministry of Finance. The only Ministry of Finance also does not have much objection to it except for definitions. And somehow during this COVID period, or maybe the discussion got lost in between. But I would request a small committee of FICCI could meet our officers here, because what Ministry of Finance wants to know, what exactly is that infrastructure? Is a studio infrastructure? Is a transmission tower infrastructure? I mean, how do you define the various elements of the infrastructure? So that perhaps a small group of our ministry and FICCI Broadcast Committee could sit together. The proposal has already been supported by the ministry, by our ministry, and also finance is in favor, except for Niti Aayog is also in favor, except for this definition part. So this is a very doable thing. And if we sit together and find out what exactly will qualify for the infrastructure status, then I think this proposal can be moved on. A second very important point which came out was, and which I fully agree, that the pace at which technology changes or develops is far greater than the pace at which the regulations are made or the laws are made. So definitely there is always a gap between the regulations and the technology. I was, along with the officers, our ministry officials, we have seen the Singapore model. What they have done is to have one structure, and they are providing what is the no-go area. So after if you are not in the no-go area, everything is open. So that you don't have to change the regulation every time the technology changes, because the regulation is as per the no-go of the content and not as per the technology. So that is one idea, but it is still at the idea stage. The third about the print media, and print has emerged as a very important sector, because ultimately what is quoted, I mean, if you want to discuss something between India and China, people are quoting Global Times. And I'm sure if they are providing access to our newspapers, they must be quoting the Indian side also. So print media, particularly in the regional languages, and now even because of the technology, even the smaller languages, smaller in the sense those who have less number of speakers or readers, even they are coming out with a weekly paper or something for their information of their groups. So print does have a very important role in communicating the views. What we see in the TV or in the other, say, digital media, they are primarily about the immediate concerns or the small piece of news. But print is the one which actually collates things together, right from, say, 1962 to 67 to 2020, and then brings out a perspective as to how things have developed. So this role of print media is bound to continue. Of course, the point that you raised about 26% FDI, I will not like to announce it here. It's not my role, but there is a very serious thinking that the level playing field should be there between the print media and the digital platforms. But of course, the announcement will come after the decision is finally taken by the government, but this is a very valid point. So I'll stop with these three reactions. One, about the FDI, yes, 26% should be applicable to the aggregators as well as to the print media. about the infrastructure status, which we have already supported, but we do need to have some fine tuning. And third, about the pace of technology. And technology, the way it is growing, I think if we start regulating everything, we'll end up by regulating nothing. We will not know, how many regulations and acts and rules we have. So some model where we prescribe the minimum and then leave everything to the organizations. Beyond that minimum, they can do whatever they feel is appropriate. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Khare. I think it's heartening to know that a lot of progressive thoughts are in the minds of policymakers like yours. So I think we have to, be ready for change at a pace that we can't perhaps assimilate ourselves, both within the industry and within the government policymakers and regulators, because to build on what Shekhar said, creativity cannot be contained, and we cannot perhaps anticipate what's going to happen even in the next 6 months in terms of technological changes. So whether it's augmented reality or co-creation, things will happen, and it's up to us to be ready to be able to manage and make the most of it. To all of you who joined us, thank you very much for joining this session. I'd like to close it and hand it over back to FICCI.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pranjal. Thank you to the panel. That was a wonderful session. We have the next session starting in some time. The next session is going to be the role of creative economy in nation building. We're waiting for Mr. Amitabh Kant and Mr. Ajit Mohan to join us. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're extremely sorry and my apologies for the delay in the start of this session. The role of the creative economy in nation building. We have Mr. Amitabh Khan joining us in some time in conversation with Mr. Ajit Mohan, Vice President Managing Director of Facebook India. I know we're in the middle of lunch right now and we're really pushing your lunch, but please bear with us for the next 5 minutes. Good afternoon, everybody. We are now to the afternoon session, starting now with the role of the creative economy in nation building. We have with us Mr. Ajit Mohan, Vice President and Managing Director of Facebook India, in conversation with Mr. Amitabh Kant, the Chief Executive Officer of Niti Aayog. Mr. Ajit, the platform is all yours.
Thank you. Welcome to Mr. Amitabh Kant. He clearly needs no introduction. He has served at the state and at the government of India for a long period, and he's now the CEO of Niti Aayog, and probably one of the most insightful voices on some of the big changes happening in the world, with a particular focus on technology and digital in India. Mr. Kant, welcome.
Thank you, Ajit. Great pleasure being with you.
Same here, Mr. Kant. We were together in a public forum almost a year ago in March of 2019 in Bangalore on the back of a session on AI. The world looks quite different just in the last 16 months, Mr. Kant. A lot more turbulence. The geopolitics seem to have shifted a fair bit. And of course, the last few months have been characterized by a severe virus outbreak. I'm curious, as someone who is leading the agenda of innovation in this government, how do you look at the changes? As much as there's been a negative shock on multiple fronts, are you optimistic about the opportunity for India coming from all the changes that have happened?
Yeah. So Ajit, a lot has happened since then. Since the last time we met about a year back, and I think a lot has happened for India and a lot has changed for Facebook as far as India is concerned as well. The good thing is that we are in the midst of one of the biggest disruptions that is taking place. And it's important to understand that this COVID, while it has brought in a new normal, it's very important to understand that in this new normal, the key will be about innovation. The people who will survive will be those who are going to work with technology, people who are going to work on sunrise sectors of growth, and people who are going to work with data and use artificial intelligence to drive growth. And my belief always has been that India quite often gets into sunset areas of industries, and then it becomes very difficult to penetrate global markets and get the size and scale. And therefore, it's very, very important that India gets into new areas of growth, and these are areas where there will be huge disruption, whether it be mobility. I think electric mobility is going to see a huge disruption because of new technologies. You've seen the share price of Tesla go beyond that of Toyota in such a short period. So you will see new technologies of lithium ion, you will see new technologies of hydrogen. All this drive completely huge amount of innovation. Secondly, in my view, in India, we are seeing data at very low price points, and we are throwing up an enormous amount of data. And this data, because we have the advantage of having brought in biometrics, and therefore we are using biometrics across digital payments, across a vast range of areas. And therefore, India's usage of data will be enormous. And I think it's very important that we move from the scale of data to becoming data intelligent in years to come. And this would require us really to leapfrog in the world of artificial intelligence. That will really be the key. And the third is, my view is that in a lot of areas like huge pendency in civil courts, huge pendency on land matters, etc., we need to use blockchain and get into real-time monitoring of many of these issues, and therefore blockchain technology will be the key. And fourthly, I am a great believer that in the days to come, India needs to totally liberalize on clinical trials and get into high value added production of pharma. We are already a major player in pharma, but we do most of this in generic products. We need to get into high value added products. And therefore, and I'm saying this because genomics will play a very key role in the years to come. So these are some of the areas where India must technologically leapfrog. That is critical. And this is critical for India's long-term ability to grow at high rates of growth on a consistent basis over a long period of time. But one of the good things that's happened is, as a consequence of Atmanirbhar Bharat program, the government has brought in radical reforms. It's brought in reforms in terms of the definition of MSMEs, has brought in reforms which are long pending in the agriculture sector. It's done away with the Agriculture Produce Marketing Control Order, the Essential Commodities Act. It's allowed land, contract farming, and this will bring in size and scale in agriculture. And it's also opened up the coal and the mining sector. All these sectors were dying out for reforms. And I think lastly, the states have acted on reforms as far as the labor sector is concerned. And therefore, we've seen India in the midst of major reforms, and these will give you growth over a long period of time.
You covered such a massive spectrum from AI, blockchain to mobility. If for a second, Mr. Kant, if I look back and on the government of India's mission of Digital India, it's remarkable how much has changed in 5 years. The number of people who have access to affordable mobile broadband, and that number continues to go up. Some of the fundamental foundation platforms that have been built, UPI for payments, identity, as you mentioned in Aadhaar. I'm not sure, to some extent whether all of us as stakeholders, we've actually looked back at the pace of the transformation in a short period of time. But equally, I think the question then is, if so many of these foundations are in place, the question for you, Mr. Kant, is the agenda that you're setting, that you just described. How do you think all of the stakeholders can move that needle from recognizing that the foundation has been built and now aggressively chasing the innovation agenda across sectors? Has that movement happened? Is it mindset shift? Is it a nudge from different stakeholders? How are you thinking about it?
So Ajit, actually, when I was a young officer, I used to work in Kerala, and I was working in the fisheries sector. And it used to take me 10 months, 11 months to open a bank account for a fisherman. Today, you can walk into a bank and open a bank account in less than a minute using your biometric. And, I haven't used my debit credit card for a long time. You make all payments using UPI or PhonePe or Paytm, one of these. And what has happened as a or move forward. I mean, just see that in the income tax department, 97.8% of the tax returns are filed online. I mean, all this is online. This doesn't happen anywhere in the country. Look at GST. GST is totally cashless, paperless. It's all digital. Or look at the new Ayushman Bharat scheme, which covers 500 million Indians. It is the biggest health insurance scheme in the world. It is totally paperless and totally digital. You can be from Bihar working in Tamil Nadu. You will carry your health insurance with you. So what does all this imply? All our transactions in government are digital. Nothing is paper-led. It's all government, digital movement in government. And therefore, what is happening is that we are throwing up huge amount of data, and this is leading to a huge amount of innovation. So you look at the large number of startups which are doing some phenomenal work in different areas. I'll just give you the example of PhonePe, which has done some great work on digital transactions. I'll give you the example of Map My India, which has done some great work on just different kind of maps, all digital across India, which can be used by all departments, all private sector. It's amazing. You look at a company like Zerodha, which does helps you on a digital cashless basis through paperless for stock markets, and you have look at a company like Cure AI, which uses artificial intelligence to do a lot of it has helped the Mumbai municipal corporations through X-rays, which give you this insight into COVID-19. So you are seeing a huge amount of innovation across India. And one of the things we did during COVID-19 was to come out with the new telemedicine guideline. And therefore, my view is that this face-to-face consultations will go in years to come. You will have all digital consultations. You will take a photograph, send it to your doctor. It will be all digital. So we are in the midst of some of the biggest transformation that is going to take place. And therefore, the Prime Minister has given this challenge about creating new apps in India, and everybody must build, everybody must code, and take this as a challenge to create some of the greatest apps in different areas for India.
Listening to you, Mr. Khan, one of the questions in my mind is, the government has enabled the creation of multiple platforms. Now, in a lot of these forums, the conversation invariably is, what more can the government do? I have a different question for you. Do you think the private sector has done enough to leverage the foundations that have been built?
No. I think it has to be a collaborative partnership. And one of the things we did, for instance, and when COVID-19 broke out, we in Niti Aayog actually developed Arogya Setu app, and this was not done by the government. This was actually done in partnership with private sector. We got about 35 engineers from Make My Trip. We had one MG with us. Some of the best young entrepreneurs, their engineers worked with us to code and build up Arogya Setu. And look at it. It was the fastest app in the world to get 50 million downloads. And today it is close to about 140 million downloads. And it has greatly helped all states in contact tracing. It has helped us, it's given us foresight into where the next virus impact will be, locality by locality. And therefore, this was all done by them. And then on telemedicine, we have Swast, which has been built by the private sector. And similarly, we are working with private sector to build super apps in education, in health, in agriculture. And our objective will be that the business model should be private sector. We should help them to bring the size and scale. The backing of the government will give them the size and scale to both get the domestic reach as well as penetrate global markets.
On that spirit, I think the collaboration that you spoke about, and it's pretty clear, Mr. Khan, that building up capacity and tech capacity is quite critical to the national agenda. And as you mentioned, not just building for India, but building for the world as well. I'm curious about, when you think about the current context, is capital a constraint anymore? And do we think in the spirit of Atmanirbhar, do you think of what are the mechanisms in which we can build collaborations between the private sector and the government, as well as openness to technical know-how and capital from outside the world, that there is a way to connect the dots that still serves the national agenda? How are you thinking about that?
So, Ajit, it's very important to say that Atmanirbhar Bharat is not about isolation. It is not about anti-globalization. It's about getting the best from the world. It's about creating world-class product. It's not about protectionism. It's about ability of Indian companies to create world-class products, capture the Indian market, and then use the strength of the domestic market to penetrate global market. It's about being a global champion and bringing in that skill of excellence and bringing the mindset to be absolutely excellence for global markets. And this is really the key for India.
Thank you for that. I think, and I've heard this conversation and the clarification from multiple senior folks like you, that we are really doubling up on the interconnectedness to the world. I do want to switch gears a bit on this, particularly for FICCI, the context of the creative economy, Mr. Khan. And two questions really. I think we've always talked about the role of soft power for any country, and India, first with the movie industry, with broadcasters like Star and Z. After that, we've always believed in the soft power. I'm curious about the role of the creative economy that you see, where we've always talked about the demographic dividend, but we haven't spent enough attention on the democratic dividend. The fact that we are an open democracy that can fuel and accelerate creative economies that can have a global play. Do you see this is the moment for India to leverage our democratic dividend?
Yeah. I'm a great believer in India emerging as a very major hub of creative economy, and I'm a great believer that with a young population standing at over 500 million, India is one of the largest markets for companies operating across creative industry, and my belief is that the media and entertainment industry particularly, which is a very critical player of the creative industry in India, is really on a fast track to growth. It's poised to cross almost about 34 billion by 2021. And, as per a recent study, and India's creative goods exports have actually doubled in the last 4 or 5 years. And my personal view is that India will become a center for outsourcing work, such as game development, game support services. In the coming years, the country will become a hub for development, for porting, dubbing of various games, skilled software experts. We'll match with world-class development expertise. And, it's also important that we make more movies than any other country in the world. We make 14 million Indians go to the movies on a daily basis, and to see a film. And the Bollywood itself produces over 800 films each year. That is more than double the number of feature films produced in the United States. And my view is that a lot of this viewing with COVID-19, as we've seen, switched over to Hotstar, Netflix, etc. We are also the world's second largest market for YouTube music videos, which is close to about 100 million individual viewers per month. And so we'll see a huge amount of creative workers have been, all these creative workers will have massive amount of new jobs getting created. And I would add to this is, irrespective of the destruction that has happened, Indian gastronomy will bounce back. And, we'll see a lot of creativity in our food and cuisine sectors in the years to come. That will also be a major driver of India's growth. So I personally envisage India emerging as a very key driver of the creative industry in the years to come.
And I want to build on that. I think you framed it, 30 plus billion in a couple of years, I think 100 billion by 2030. There's clearly a clear economic contribution from a GDP and employment point of view. I'm curious, Mr. Kant, industries like agriculture, manufacturing, it's easier to focus on it because it's tangible. Whereas the creative industry, it's a soft good. Sometimes you can't touch it, you can feel it. Do you see a need for a different posture, either from a government point of view or even from, in the spirit of what you said earlier, the collaboration between the government and the private sector? How do we look at the creative economy in a way that really allows us to build the foundations that can fuel other sectors? Because that's classically the role that media has played. You build mass vehicles and all sectors benefit from it. Do you see that because it is not tangible, we may not be giving the structures of a classic industry to it and not enough accelerators for it?
Yeah. So, Ajit, in a country's growth, its branding is very critical, and branding envisages both the hard power, which is manufacturing, agriculture, and so on, and also the soft power of it. And according to me, soft power creates more value over a period of time, and therefore, the future of creative industry is really driving the soft power of India. It's very critical because technological innovation, automation, and AI, they're all about actually the soft power of India. They will produce exponential change. They will actually drive growth, and they will actually transform the digital transformation as it gathers momentum in India will really transform in India. And I think you will see a huge amount of brand value being added to India through the soft power of India, which will come through the creative industry. And, this will be a very fast-moving environment, actually. And therefore, we've providing intellectual property rights, which we've done, trade rights, copyrights, all these are very critical in this creative industry area. And from the creative economy viewpoint, I think also we need to realize that you will have many, because digitally India will grow and expand, and that will really drive the creative economy in many ways. And there will be a huge amount of focus on infrastructure, there will be a huge amount of focus on access, and data will remain a key challenge for India, both as far as creative industry is concerned and as far as e-commerce is concerned. But both these areas will be critical for India's growth in the years to come, because they'll be major job creators for India. And there's huge amount of very, very talented manpower in India. The kind of talent we have on the creative industry side, I don't think any country has. And I can tell you, I've interacted with people from across the world. India's talent in the creative industry is just phenomenal.
I want to build off that, Mr. Khan, in terms of human capacity. One of the things that is very obvious, it's true in Facebook, around the world, is the hardest resource at the moment around the world seems to be engineering talent, and obviously we have a huge benefit from having a deep bench there. You talked about building capacity in AI, blockchain. In a lot of ways, it finally seems to come down to our ability to continue to nurture engineering talent and product managers and designer talent. How are you thinking about it? Do you feel like there are enough levers to really accelerate the building up of skills and engineering capacity in the country? And what is the role that the private sector needs to play that it may not be playing now?
So we actually produce 4 times the number of STEM graduates as compared to the United States of America. But most of these STEM graduates, quite substantial number of them, go through an academic course, and therefore our academic institutions across technology should all actually be becoming product development institutions. They should be teaching engineering and asking all the young students in all the engineering colleges only to create products of the future. And I'm saying this because India has all the challenges of the world. The Silicon Valley may be the most innovative place in the world, but it has no challenges. I mean, there are no challenges of water scarcity. There's no challenge of food scarcity. There's no challenge of, bad air. There's no challenge of pollution. There's no challenge of garbage. And therefore, we need to create top-class products by where we can leverage technology to really leapfrog. And this is, if India is able to find solutions using technology for all its challenges, we will actually find a solution not for the 1.4 billion people of India, but for the 7.5 billion people of the world who will be moving from poverty to middle class in the next 5 to 6 years. And therefore, we really need to prepare our engineering institutions and our management institutions, which are there in large numbers, need to really prepare for the future of work. And the future of work, according to me, is product development and product development. क्या वो? Hello. No, so I just wanted to say that we need to really prepare for the future of work by focusing on soft skill as well as very, very strong cognitive, adaptive, and creative skills development. This calls for a move from science, technology, engineering, math, STEM to STEAM, which is also includes both STEM as well as arts training, and all that we need to combine. So my view is that I'm a great believer that STEAM education, which also includes arts training and creative industry, is critical. So the future of creative economy is very critical. It's a sector which is going to grow and expand. The media and entertainment sector is a highly digital and information driven economy. Will be the key. The media and entertainment sector will be one of the key drivers of India's growth. It presents massive opportunity across the entire gamut of industry, including the range of media and entertainment like films, broadcast, TV and radio, print media, digital entertainment, animation, gaming, visual effects, and all these. And these are areas which are all sunrise areas where India can become a global champion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kant, for that. I have one question before we wrap up. Given there's been so much gloom and doom, Mr. Kant, over the last few months, I want to end on an optimistic note and get a sense from you in terms of what the next 6, 12, 18 months look for India and our response to the outbreak, the economy coming back, as well as the acceleration of technology.
So, Ajit, I'm a great believer in optimism, and I'm a great believer that India will bounce back. We are already seeing green shoots in the economy. We are seeing that key sectors like FMCG, etc., have already come back. I'm extremely hopeful that we will bounce back, and we'll bounce back with a vengeance. And all of us need to be very clear that this was a massive challenge for the pandemic, was a massive challenge for not merely for India, but for the whole world, including countries which have been impacted in a very big way, like the United States of America, the European countries. But the challenge is that every crisis is also an opportunity. And therefore, this crisis also is going to have losers and winners. India can decide whether it wants to lose or whether it wants to win. And my great belief is that Indians must pick up areas of growth which are going to emerge as winners for tomorrow. And I've listed them out as areas where data will be key, artificial intelligence will be the key, genomics will be the key, mobility will be the key, drones will be the key. And these are areas. Creative industry will be a very key driver of growth. Media and entertainment will be a very key driver of growth. These are areas where India must select as the sectors which are going to lead India. We must identify 12 to 13 sectors where India must become a global champion and really drive vigorously with full energy the growth in those areas. And those are sectors which are going to take India to sustain growth over the next 10 to 12 years and create vast number of jobs as well.
On that note, thank you, Mr. Amitabh Kant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second half of the first day of the eFrames FICCI 2020. We have with us two eminent personalities for the next session. Introducing Mr. Sudhanshu Vats, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Essiltra Limited, who will be in conversation with Mr. Mark Reed, the CEO of WPP. Mr. Sudhanshu, the platform is all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And if some of you are dialing from other parts of the world, good morning. And a good evening to you if you are in the Asian Pac part of the world. So a very, very good afternoon and good evening. And it is indeed my pleasure to be here today. I'll first start by thanking FICCI, the organizers, Leena Jasani in particular from FICCI, and my friend Srini from WPP for reaching out and giving me this opportunity. As you know, the title of this year's FICCI Frames is How Technology Can Help Media and Entertainment Take the Next Leap. There couldn't have been a better time to choose a title like that, and it is indeed technology which is helping us to reach out to you. But more importantly, I am very excited about the hour or so ahead and this session, because my friend Mark Reed is indeed one of the finest person to talk about technology and digital. It is indeed my pleasure, Mark, to have you on this session. I know Mark does not need any introduction, but it would be inappropriate if I don't take a couple of minutes to say a few things about Mark Reed. Mark Reed, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, is the CEO of WPP since September 2018. Mark has had several roles and has had a long stint with WPP. He was the executive director there for about 9 years, head of strategy and CEO of WPP Digital for over 12 years. And I think it is the role of CEO as WPP Digital that I wanted to spend a little bit time on. I think this is where he helped the company move into technology and change gears by the acquisition of 24/7 Real Media and creation of data-driven creative network called Possible. Mark took over as a global CEO of Wonderman in 2015 and transformed that agency to world's leading creative data and technology agency in the one of the leading creative agencies. And in November 2018, Wonderman merged with JWT to form what is called Wonderman Thompson. Wonderman Thompson today is one of the largest agencies with a global provider of end-to-end solutions with 20,000 people operating in 90 markets and serving some marquee clients, to name a few: Microsoft, Dell, Shell, HSBC, BT, Adidas. You can see a wide variety there. But Mark, one thing you will see about Mark, and that's why I think this hour is so exciting for me, and I'm sure for all of you, ladies and gentlemen, is the underlying theme on digital and technology. Mark was named Heroes Champion of Women in Business List for 2018 and 2019. Heroes spelled with capital H-E-R. Mark is a big champion of diversity. He's helped mentor and train women to climb through the talent pipeline. This is one area, Mark, I totally relate to you. I also had the distinction of getting the UN badge of He for She. And I think diversity, I'm a big believer in diversity myself. So it is indeed a pleasure talking to another fellow person who is to a friend who's so committed to diversity. Mark, ladies and gentlemen, is an MBA from INSEAD, a BA in economics from Trinity College, and was Henry Fellow at Harvard University. He was amongst the 25 digital influencers in Europe, named by the Wired magazine in 2014. And he's also been the Drum's Digital Individual of the Year for 2 years, 2015 and 2017. Mark lives in London with his wife and 2 children. Mark, once again, a pleasure to be here with you and to do this in remote. I'm sitting in Mumbai. It's a rainy, windy day here. And I know you are in London and you are in office while I'm sitting at home. But and we are doing this eFICCI conference, one of the largest e-conferences in media and entertainment.
Yeah.
So let me start with, yeah, go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
No, as I say, I'm in the office, as you say, for the second day in a row. Actually, the second day since March. So we all went home, I guess, about the 13th, 14th of March. And so in the office the second day, I think there's 10 of us in a building built for 2,500 people. So we're definitely coming back gradually. But it feels good, I'd say, have to say, although it's been fantastic, the way people have worked the last 3 months, it also feels good to be back in an office.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I was myself in office last on 16th of March. I haven't stepped into an office after that. I'm hoping to be in office by mid-July, hopefully. Yeah. Again, as you said, with very few people, but we'll begin the journey as we go. And I think this aptly segues into the first question, which is on top of the mind of the audience and for everyone. I think with COVID-19 pandemic, the unprecedented times that we are living in, Mark, you are at a vantage point to be able to see what is happening across the world. So my first question to you is from a global perspective. I would request you to talk about where do you see the world headed, especially the economy in near term and medium term, the impact it has had on different clients. And I think, it has had a varying degree of impact depending on which category you're operating in. And maybe if you could touch upon also what you think on how media segments will evolve post-COVID-19 as we go to the new normal. So when I say media segments, I'm talking about our conventional segments like print, television, digital, and therefore the interplay between these and the future for these at a global level. So over to you, Mark.
Yeah, look, I think at a sort of overall macro level, I mean, the last statistics I saw for the global economy from JP Morgan were a 4.0% decline in 2020 and a 5.1% growth in 2021. So in theory, next year we get back to the levels, or actually slightly above the levels we were in 2019. So I'd say that at a macro level is rather encouraging. Within the US, it's a similar pattern, and actually China should show 2% growth this year and 6% growth next year. So China sort of continues to grow through it. The UK, where I am, is one of the worst affected economies, a 9% decline this year and only a 7% pickup next year. So 2021 next year will still be below the levels we were last year. I mean, that covers then obviously the quarterly pattern. I think that Q2 appears so far to have been the worst impacted quarter. And people are expecting quite a strong bounce back in Q3. In fact, some people are saying that Q3 will show the strongest economic acceleration on record. I guess after Q2 showed the strongest economic decline in record, it's somewhat reassuring. So I think we will see, a relatively good bounce back in economic activity. But I sort of subscribe to the view that this is more of a kind of a Nike swoosh, a gradual bounce back or a gradual recovery. I mean, that's certainly what we've seen in markets that have come out of the lockdown. I think people are rightly cautious and rightly anxious, and consumer spending doesn't just bounce back quickly. I think it takes time for the economy. Now, in some sectors, there's sort of pent up demand. And if I look at it sector by sector, clearly consumer packaged goods, healthcare, technology, which is about 54% of WPP's revenue, has been relatively resilient. I think spending has been, clearly it's been impacted, but it's been relatively resilient. At the other end, you have categories like luxury, travel and tourism, and automotive, which has been significantly impacted. Now, as we come out of the recovery, I think again we see, a differential return by sector. Actually, automotive has bounced back pretty strongly in the US. May, June, you've seen year-on-year increase in demand for cars. We saw the similar picture in China. But in the main, I think that consumers are looking at their spending in different categories, and you'll see greater resilience continue in packaged goods. But I think large discretionary items will take some time to pick up. And perhaps we can talk about it later. Things like restaurants and travel, I think will take significant time for consumers to pick up confidence. Now, when you translate that into what happens in the media market, I think you see, a global decline this year, and then you see a pickup next year of about the same amount. I think in the US, we're expecting a 13% decline this year, and around a pickup of about the same amount. And that's sort of roughly kind of what we're seeing globally. But within that, obviously, there's a big differential sector by sector. And traditional media, television, broadcast television, print, have clearly been most impacted. Cinema and out of home, for obvious reasons, have probably been the worst affected media. But you're seeing a lot of continued pressure on broadcast television, despite the increases in viewing numbers in most parts of the world. Traditional television viewing is up anywhere from 40 to 80%. Local news viewing, even in India, has doubled over the last 3 to 4 months. So we're seeing, continued pressure on broadcast television and a shift to digital media, really an acceleration of a shift to digital media. And I think one way to think about this pandemic is it has continued to accelerate the changes that are taking place in society, and perhaps that some of that is what we can talk about.
No, absolutely. I think coming to this question of with the growth in television viewing, I think advertising, once the economy sort of normalizes or sort of comes back to the new normal, as they say, do you see advertising again bouncing back with the same rate, Mark, or?
So I think aggregate advertising spend will bounce back. I think that the biggest difference is changes in consumer behavior, which I think are resilient. Certainly we saw in the US and the UK in 08-09 a massive decline in newspaper advertising and a big decline in newspaper reading, subscriptions and purchases. And that spend never came back. And I think one of the challenges here has been that as our clients get used to driving demand through digital channels, they're not going to go back to traditional media at the same pace, or at the same level. So I think that we will see some persistence of the decline in traditional media and a continued acceleration in growth in digital media. And by the way, if you look at the valuation of technology stocks in the USA, that's, you can see that's what's happened. The overall, in aggregate, the market has come down, but the market cap has really shifted from the traditional sectors of the economy to the new sectors of the economy, to Alphabet, Microsoft, Apple, Tesla in automotive. So I think that, as investors look at, long-term growth trends and see this as an acceleration of the trends benefiting those businesses.
Yeah, so that segues into my next question, Mark. And I think, from what you said, one other peculiar phenomena we are seeing this time around in this crisis is the divergence between how the markets are performing and how the economy is going. So your perspective on that, because it's sort of leaving a few people quite bewildered as to markets continue to do rather volatile, but continue to do very well, whereas economy, as we know, is nowhere near recovery at the moment, at least.
Yeah, look, I think that most chief executives look at the financial markets in aggregate, maybe not their own share price, but they certainly look at the financial markets in aggregate and, scratch their head at the level of the financial market relative to the performance of their own businesses. I think one explanation is that if a company is valued at 10 times earnings and it loses 1 year, it's only 1 out of 10, right? And so I think part of that, if this is just a blip and we power through it, then you can understand some of the valuations. And I think there's a feeling that the support from central banks, particularly in the United States, and from governments has been so substantial that companies will continue to come through this strongly the other side. Now, I think we do worry about the hangover in the UK. We have 8 to 9 people effectively having their salaries paid for by the government. That's going to start to expire, in August and September. In the US, you see a significant fiscal stimulus, and actually there are people in the US who are probably better off in the current environment than they were, pre-pandemic. So I think that the question is, who's going to pay for all the stimulus? But that's a different question from what props up, share prices and financial markets, which are really driven by liquidity. And I think that you've seen, the amount of liquidity pumped into the economy, much greater resilience amongst corporates. The level of corporate failure is not substantial, even in sectors, really severely impacted because of a level of government support and the level of funding and liquidity available to companies around the world. And so I think the government has in the main done a good job at keeping the economy going, but how we get ourselves off that sort of drip, I think, is going to be the key question.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, which is, when we talk of media and entertainment, one of the really growing sectors has been sports, and, around the world and more so in India as well. So I'm saying with this pandemic, what do you think of, the big sporting tournaments coming back? What's your view globally, and what's your thought on how this could play out in India as well, particularly for a tournament like IPL?
Yeah, look, I think that I don't think that the passion for sports will be diminished by 1 year of absence. We've been through periods before where Olympic Games have been cancelled and sports have not taken place, and I think people's enthusiasm is not in any way diminished. So I think we have to deal with a difficult year for sports around the world, and clients are looking for alternative properties. I think there's a theory in it. I have some merit in it that esports will grow. But I think that, again, that's an acceleration of a trend that was already taking place. There's really massive growth in esports and in computer games that I think will continue. We can debate whether or not they're real sports, so that's a different discussion. But I've no doubt that the IPL will be back. Here in the UK, we're starting to play Premiership football games without spectators. It's perfectly possible. And it's not the same experience, and I'm sure regular fans miss out. You've seen people do fun things, creative ideas to make the games more engaging. Remote cheering and putting photos of yourself in the stadium. We saw that with a client in Australia. So there are ways of getting fans engaged, but I think we have to get the games back being played in a safe way. I think we'll have to see what happens to the Tokyo Olympics next year. It's not entirely clear that without a vaccine that the games can take place. I think it's going to be very difficult without a vaccine to see how in practice they can take place. But then news around a vaccine, continues to be, I'd say, relatively positive. So, I've no doubt that sports will be back and people will be, cheering, and sponsors will be investing behind them as soon as we can play the game safely.
Yeah, I think French Open has announced new dates around September, I think late September sometime and all that. So I think it's interesting. Particularly tennis is one game which there are different types of games again. I think there will be segregation in the type of games, and there are some which can be played more easily, I think, even with spectators compared to others. I think, that's a challenge. I think, so some of my folks listening to this would also be thinking about what would be the case with IPL. And I think there is, of course, as you said, it will come back definitely in its full form sooner than later, but it could even be played in a more curtailed fashion towards the end of this year. I think this then perfectly segues into, Mark, some questions from my end on India then. So everything which we talked about from a global perspective, if I could ask you, what is WPP seeing? What are you seeing in India, and what are your thoughts for India? I think both from a client perspective and also the different media segments, because I think India tends to behave a little differently from the world, especially in media segments and sometimes even in customer segments. So, if I could understand from you the impact on India, and what is that you are seeing, and what are your thoughts for the companies here in India?
Yeah, so I think the first thing to say is, we remain extremely positive about the long-term growth prospects for the Indian economy, and for India overall. We have 7,000 or 8,000 people in India, mainly in Mumbai and Gurgaon, but spread across the country as well. And so it's been challenging for them. We sent them all home to work from home on March 16th, so just before the lockdown, and I think they've done a fantastic job continuing to work from clients from home and remotely, and we're getting work made and work done. I think, as ever with India, things to some extent a little bit more extreme in India than they are in other parts of the world, and I think we've seen that in some of the response and certainly in advertising spend. And, I think that talks to both the nature of the Indian economy and the resilience and entrepreneurship of Indians. It's a nation of people used to managing in uncertainty, and I have no doubt that, people can do it. We saw coming into the year, we expected ad spend to be up about 13%, but it was already impacted by the first quarter, down 5%. And actually, we saw April 2020, our estimates of overall ad spend were down 82%. That's pretty significant. And I would say probably one of the most severe reactions we've seen anywhere in the world. Now, if it was 82 in April, we saw 65 in May, and our estimate for June is down around about 50%. So I'd say Indian advertising expenditure has been much more impacted. I mean, even here in the UK, we saw ITV ad spend down 40 to 50%, not down sort of 50 to 80%. Because of the pace of the decline, a pace of uptake. And more broadly in India, again, I think we are seeing many of the same shifts we saw in other parts of the world. Shift to time spent online, an increase in aspects like online food delivery or shopping applications. We've seen good growth in those areas. People are spending more money on sort of consumer staples and less money on discretionary goods like cosmetics or confectionery, and obviously a massive drop in the sale of alcoholic drinks. And as we think about the recovery, you start to see people, I like to think about the recovery in three phases. There's react, what happened when the pandemic hit, recover, and then renew. And I think we're seeing, India very much in the sort of the recover and renew phase, and people start to think about what they want to do when they come out, as the lockdown ends. Now, it's interesting, when you ask people what they want to do, the number one thing people want to do is get their hair cut. 36% of people want to visit a hairdresser. And so what they don't want to do, interestingly, is go to a restaurant. So, you see, go and get a haircut. Within 3 months, taking a taxi, and within 6 months, sort of buying a new computer, the number one thing people want to do. Things people don't expect to do is go to a restaurant, go out to the movies, or fly, either domestically or international. So I think that the behaviours that are deemed to be less safe are still quite a long way down people's agenda. Now, we have seen, we saw a tremendous anxiety at the beginning of the pandemic. 96% of Indians were concerned that they'd be worse off. That's starting to diminish, and we're seeing attributes like sort of calm and trust build, and attributes like anxiety decline. So it's clear that the Indian consumer is in a somewhat better place. And when you talk to them about what they want to do, there's a number of habits that will continue. This has to some extent been the period of greatest reflection in human history, 3 months of sort of self-enforced reflection. So people want to, lead healthier lifestyles, exercise more, spend more time with their family, continue to work remotely. And I think we will see some evidence, that those behaviors will persist after the pandemic. So people have used this time to do better things. But I don't think that we're going to see a rush for people to go out for meals. And when you look at what people say they want to spend money on India, actually a big preference towards buying locally to Indian goods, whether made by a Western company or an Indian company, but I think a preference to sort of trusted brands, and actually particularly Indian brands as well. So I think that we'll see, like we saw in other parts of the world, a shift, and the immediate recovery in personal cleaning, health, personal grooming, beverages, and then aspects like holidays, luxury goods, vehicle purchases will be, really quite delayed.
That's very interesting. I also want to, ladies and gentlemen, and to the audience, I think the e-audience here, I just wanted to let you know, we want the session to be conversational. We want to communicate with you, so do send in your questions. We will try and respond to as many of them as we can. So type in your questions. I hope it is open. My request to Lena and the others who are sort of doing this, we would want questions to come in so that we can answer some of these as we go forward. And I think so we can make it more interactive. I think on the consumer behavior, and you talked about it, Mark, already quite a lot. But are there any, and while you've touched upon it, but are there three defining trends which you would like to sort of, talk about? And then do you have enough data? I know through Kantar, you guys also are getting a lot of data from around the world. So are there a couple of maybe 2 to 3 defining trends which are a departure from the past, or further acceleration of something which was happening just before the pandemic?
Yeah, I think that most of the things that are happening are accelerations of things that were happening around the time of the pandemic. Clearly the biggest trend is the shift online. So it's hard to think of part of the economy or part of society that has not moved online, whether it's shopping or payment or education, and many activities from, the fact that we can run WPP with 107,000 people around the world, really online and create work for clients shows, what can be done. My kids have spent the last 3 months being homeschooled online. If you talk to people in other sectors, I was from someone in the art industry, art auctions used to be take place in, buildings with people with hammers, and actually it's all moved online very smoothly, and that opens up new growth opportunities for companies to think in different ways. So I think that people need to think radically differently about a society where many, many more things are happening online. It breaks down distance. So, we've offshored work in the past, much of it to India, where we have very successful production facilities. When everyone's working remotely, your company in India is around the corner as the person that you used to sit next to. So I think it opens up new opportunities. And I think it has implications for businesses and quite frankly for governments who are thinking about how they need to shift the economy. If you think about those 3 phases of react, recover and renew, we need to think really hard about renewal. How are we going to renew our business for what they call this the new normal, whatever the new normal is? I think by the time we get back to normal, we'll have forgotten what normal was when we started to some extent. Our expectation is that we'll bring people back gradually to our offices, and probably we'll end up at 70 to 80% capacity. Now, by implication, that means we need 20 to 30% less office space. Now, some of that may be in the short term taken up by social distancing, but in the long term, it's a big implication for office space. I think certainly in developed markets like the UK and the US, when retail reopens, 1 in 5 retailers may never reopen. So there's big implications for, retail. How can you repurpose high streets? How can you repurpose shopping malls? Do you convert them into, accommodation or different types of space? I think that some parts of the economy are going to take a longer, as you said, to recover. So, I think that the digitization of the world, we have this notion that every company is really a technology company and WPP needs to be a technology company, is very much on our mind. As we think about WPP, it's really how we put technology at the heart of everything that we do, and how we help our clients, navigate from how they used to market and connect with their consumers to how they need to market and connect with their consumers in the future.
No, absolutely. Indians are big shoppers, as you know, Mark, and they are very fond of London and Oxford Street. So as I was listening to you, I was thinking, I think the next visit to London, I think the visit to London will happen for sure. I think for the beautiful city it is. But maybe Oxford Street and Regent Street may get redefined. And I think they could be an e-versions of them. So you spot, you do part of those, not necessarily going to those streets, but in some other form. So I think that's really interesting. And I think one other question before we start taking the audience questions is, you've talked about this strategic concept of react, recover, and renew. And I thought I'll take this opportunity for you to sort of, if you could build on it. And I think, talk a little bit more to the audience on how you are looking at the world and arguably India as well on react, recover, and renew.
Yeah, I think that, to some extent, what we're trying to do at WPP ourselves and how we're trying to reshape the company talks to some of that, really, putting technology at the heart of what we want to do. You mentioned at the beginning, bringing, fantastic brands like J. Walter Thompson and Wonderman together to form sort of integrated businesses that are more client-centric and not organized. J. Walter Thompson around sort of analog media channels and Wonderman around digital media channels, but businesses organized really around clients and ideas. So I think companies are going to think about their structure and how they can put technology at the heart of this, much more than they're doing at the moment. We're working now with airlines, thinking how we can get airlines back flying in a safe way. And I think airlines are going to have to think about what they're going to do in much more limited demand for air travel. Certainly, I'd argue on a 3 to 5 year outlook compared to where we are. And I think that a lot of business travel, may never come back. That has implications for the size and shape of aeroplanes. You've seen Boeing announced yesterday that they're stopping making the 747, and I read somewhere there's only 30 747s flying around the world, given the change in demand. So I think that if you think about every industry, it has its own course to think through and work out what it's going to be. Certainly for other sectors, like luxury goods, really starting to think through, are they going to sell online? Online sales has been a big barrier for luxury goods companies that believe you need to have a face-to-face selling experience to really create the luxury experience. I would argue that the fact that they haven't been able to sell really at all for the last 3 to 4 months is going to put much more demand on them to think about what is an online luxury experience. What elements of physical and offline, physical and digital does it combine? It probably won't just be a digital experience, but it probably will be much more balanced. So I think companies are going to have to start to think and invest more in technology. And interestingly, what we haven't seen is companies cut back on big sort of transformation and technology transformation efforts. If anything, we've seen some of our clients accelerate those initiatives. You may have seen, Walgreens Boots in the US announced a big technology partnership with Microsoft, multi-million-dollar partnership to accelerate its digital transformation. So even at a time when things are difficult, I think far-sighted companies are taking long-term decisions to invest in technology and really rethink their footprint. And it's causing them to take, look at things like their retail footprint and make tough decisions that perhaps should have been taken some time ago, but they can't avoid today.
No, I absolutely agree with you. I think, this digital transformation and it was already happening before the pandemic, but I think the pace at which it is going to happen now is something which we should all gear up for. It's a transformation we should embrace and we should be ready to take on board rather than resist, because I think that is going to be one of the defining things as we go forward. We've already started receiving some questions. So let me take one question, Mark, the first one from the audience. The question is, in the new normal, and it's from Prashant, in the new normal and consumer behavior, how do you think viewing habits will change? And do you anticipate change in the choice of content?
So I think, what we've seen is a much greater demand we've seen growth, frankly, in all media consumption, because people have been, locked up at home, many with less to do. I think when we come out, we'll see, a shift to digital channels. One of the challenges facing, I'd say, certainly traditional broadcasters is many of the sort of, many of the things that they relied on, sports, live events, TV shows, certainly in Western markets, they haven't been able to make at the same rate. So you're seeing a shift to Netflix and to other subscription video on demand services at the expense of traditional broadcasters. So I think that there will be that continued structural shift in media consumption on digital channels, and that will accelerate. And as it accelerates, advertising dollars and subscription money will follow those channels. And I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on traditional broadcasters as a result. Some of that true in India, maybe less pronounced in India given the growth in the market, but certainly true in other markets.
No, absolutely. And I think, Prashant, just to build on what Mark said, I think especially for media and entertainment and for content, I think one of the big trends which COVID has brought and has accelerated, and Mark spoke about it just a couple of minutes back, is breaking down barriers and breaking down distances and breaking down. So in the past, when we would think of media, we would think of a market. We would think of the catchment area. And you would say, particularly for events and so on and so forth. But in general, I think what we need to now start thinking is thinking of a world which has got no barriers. And therefore, I think it's content which we make, which should be of high quality. And I think what pipe and what medium it finds is therefore secondary, particularly for content creators. Content creators should focus on high quality content. And I think that trend is going to further get accentuated. There is little room for the medium. I think that's for the average is what I would add on to that. I think.
All I'd say, Sudhanshu, is if I look at my own kids, they watch a tremendous amount of average media. I mean, they spend quite happily 2 or 3 hours watching YouTube videos. Average cost of production $10 to $20 an hour, if that. So I think you're seeing a sort of a polarization of consumption. I think what's really interesting is certainly I think in a lot of markets where kids are getting connected on iPads and other devices sort of for the first time, and to some extent probably younger than they have been in the past. I've seen a lot of connectivity apps like House Party and apps that connect you while you're playing games. So I think it's a tremendous volume of connection. And so, I think there will be a polarization of content creation, both at the high end and then volume at the low end.
Yes. The second question from the audience, which we have, Mark, is a very specific question on WPP. I think it's asking, what is your view on the Indian market for WPP for the next 6 months? And Ganpati is asking this question.
Yeah, so look, I think that clearly, no company is immune from the economic impact of the pandemic, and so I think in the short term, things are going to be tough for our business in India. I think we expect to get people gradually back into the office when measures relax, but I think we're very focused on keeping our people safe, so we're not rushing people back into work. And actually, it's been fantastic to see what people have done given where they are. We're investing in a new production hub. We call it Bay 99 Studios, and that's a really important part of us, being able to produce content for our clients, quickly and cheaply that goes across all channels. So we continue to invest in the Indian market. We were there actually. Our executive committee was actually in India, I guess, 3 weeks before the lockdown. It was my last trip abroad before we locked down, and we spent 3 or 4 days with Srini and the team in Mumbai, and met a number of our clients. All of whom I think at that time, I don't think people fully expected to happen what has happened now. But I'd say there was some cautiousness, but not where we are. So I think that what we're really looking to do is help clients with that gradual recovery, identifying areas of demand, building occasions for their products, helping them to communicate in the right way. Consumers need reassurance, need to understand what clients are doing for them. I think India's always been a very socially responsible country, and we've done a lot of work with the government around mask force and mask wearing, and I think that we're very proud of the efforts we've done in that area as well. And then I think that we're going to continue to help clients, come back, get the right balance of creative message between being appropriate and communicating the functionality that people need at the moment.
Yeah. There is also this thing of basically creating solutions for client, Mark, which is what, which WPP had started doing. So any thoughts in that area? Would you like to elaborate a bit on that piece?
You sort of working across WPP?
Yes, yes.
I mean, look, our vision for WPP is, we set out to be a creative transformation company. So creative means we're in the business of ideas and innovation and growth, which I think is what clients need to succeed, what they've always needed, but what they'll need even more than ever as they come out of the pandemic. How do they, we'll see, people will be very differently affected by this. There'll be some people who will be, delighted. There's some people who will be financially worse off. There's some people who would have lost loved ones. I mean, we can't forget that, more than 500,000 people around the world have known to have died so far. And that number, is only sadly increasing. So I think understanding consumer behavior will be critical. So, as a company, we're really focused on creativity. Secondly, we're focused on transformation. So how we help clients, market from how they used to market to how they need to market in the future. And then lastly, we want to be a company. And a company means we operate as we can as one. So while we'll have strong brands like AKQA or Mindshare or Ogilvy or Wunderman Thompson, we also want people to be able to work together. And I think clients do want to have what I would call silo-less solutions. And so increasingly what we're doing for our clients is putting teams together. We're eliminating duplication. We're taking down barriers. We're enabling them to work in a much more agile fashion. We're letting them share data. We're putting in common technology platforms and common technology systems. We have creative teams that work together to come up with ideas that work across all of the channels. And I think that gives clients a much better answer to what they need to do, particularly bringing creative and media and production and public relations and social media together. And I think that in India, and like other markets, if we can get that working, and we are getting that working in a very agile and fast fashion, I think that will be really important to our clients as they come out of this situation.
Thank you. I think one of the very specific questions from the audience, from Namita Koshi, is how are you seeing outdoor media?
Yes, well, I think, clearly outdoor has been challenged by the fact that in many parts of the world, people are not outdoor, to be candid. Look, 3 months ago in London, it was deserted. Today, it feels like it's 80% back to normal. I don't have the benefit of having been in Mumbai or Delhi to see what it's like there. But I think, outdoor media will come back. I think that the growth of digital outdoor media, though, I think is really interesting. It offers the ability to target messages more precisely by audiences, by time of day, to be much more responsive to events, and to measure the impact much more carefully. And so I think that, like other parts of the economy, the outdoor industry needs to move online and provide clients with much faster ways of changing their creative and adapting it than it has done historically. And then the cost of that may be prohibitive in some parts of the world. But I think that we'll see that really start to drive continued growth in outdoor. And this will be something of a blip, but sort of broad-based brand awareness media, I still think will be needed in this world.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Yeah, Namita. I think, so outdoor will come back. You see India as well. Big cities, people are slowly coming out again. But I think, as Mark said, making it digital would make it more measurable, would be able to make, you'll be able to change faster, and you will be able to customize solutions. I think that's the need of the hour, and I think that needs to be done like for many other industries. The other question which is there, Mark, this time from a person called Ligia Matthews. I think it's a good question. You see, with this big online phenomena, which you spoke about and which I fully agree, there is a worry at people's at the back of their mind is what happens to sustainability. Are we going to be using too much of, so therefore from a packaging point of view, from the delivery point of view, so your reflections on that. So the question is, what happens to sustainability and the environment as we go forward?
Look, I think it should, theoretically, it should improve sustainability. I mean, if we're reading an electronic newspaper compared to buying a paper newspaper, it should be better for the environment, particularly if we can generate energy from renewable sources. Now, I would say I'm an optimist. I'm an optimist generally. I think you have to be an optimist to be in business, but I'm an optimist about sustainability and about green energy. I think the decline in prices for solar and wind, already solar power is cheaper than a coal-fired power station. So I think the decline in prices will give us renewable energy or sustainable energy at the right price. So I think that with that, we can drive digital adoption, should have much less impact on sustainability. I mean, one thing you've seen through this pandemic is that digital payments have been quite resilient, and consumers are prepared to pay for services like Spotify. They've approached a $50 billion market cap now in music. People are signing up to online subscription services. So there's a much greater willingness to pay for digital products and services. So I don't think that goes against the sustainability agenda. If anything, it should start to accelerate the sustainable agenda. Certainly, if I look at WPP's carbon footprint, it's going to be much lower in 2020 than it was in 2019. We're saving significant amounts of money on air travel around the world. And I think that we found out that it can be efficient. Historically, to do this event, I would have felt we need to, fly to India, generating a few tons of CO2 for my return trip. You realize actually you can do it like this. It may not be 100% as good, but it's probably 95% as good. And it's certainly 100% better for the environment. So I think that we will see it, just as people have engaged in health and hygiene more at home. Probably people will be, less willing to go back to the way things were. I'm not sure. Actually, you tell me what the smog situation has been like in Mumbai and Delhi, but I think people will be more will want to maintain that more than they will be wanting to go back to exactly how it was before.
No, you are absolutely right. I think the point you made on this office, the thing about working from home, being able to effectively do these things, Mark, I think is a very good pointer, and it is a long-term, really good news from a sustainability point of view. And I think, Lydia, if I could just add one last thing, which is a niggling doubt in many people's mind on the delivery of online. And let me tell you, as more and more Asian countries go online, particularly very densely populated Asian cities, Mumbai in particular and others, there will be solutions which will come in, which I call omni-channel. So what will happen is you will order online, but the stuff need not flow. Let's say it need not come from Lucknow to Mumbai. It can even come from somewhere nearby. So I think, so it's an omni-channel. So it's basically, you continue to work online. The trend of online will be will be predominant, but I think the delivery could be more conventional. So, and I think that that plays to sustainability even further from the point of view of
hyper-local delivery on foot, right? Unless they need to involve trucks and everything else. And you see that if you go to a restaurant in China, you can't order. You have to order on your telephone. The waiter doesn't take your order. So I think that there's many things that the growth of these devices and new solutions will do in a very interesting way.
Yes. One question, Mark, which has come from the Smriti Mishra from Financial Express, and I'll just read out the question as is. I think it's nuanced, but it's an interesting question for you. Even as the next wave in the sector is being driven by digital medium, there is also a shift away from digital, which is where she's talking about Facebook boycott in US, TikTok ban in India and US also talking about something around TikTok. In such a scenario, what are the advertisers and agency going to look to connect the digital consumer?
So look, I think clearly, despite the shift to digital media, there continues to be issues in social media around brand safety and around the divisive, I'd say the divisive nature of some of the platforms. You know, as an agency, you know, WPP advises its clients on how to spend the money, and it's up to the clients to decide, you know, how to do that. But a number of our clients have either, you know, paused their spend with Facebook or taken other actions over the last few months. You know, I think that you know, we have had robust conversations and made it clear to all social media platforms that if they want to expect advertiser dollars, they have to provide a safe environment for our brands and for consumers. And that does mean taking, you know, more responsibility for the content on their platform and having policies that protect consumers and end up with a safe platform, and then having procedures and processes to take down content that doesn't fit with those policies. I think that to some extent, you know, events have accelerated demands by consumers and pressure groups and activists for changes both in the policies and in the procedures people do to take down content. And I think there's a degree of frustration that these things are not happening quickly enough. You know, there continues to be hate speech on social media platforms, and I think people generally agree there should be no hate speech on social media platforms. So I do think that the pressure on the platforms to change is understandable, and certainly, you know, we have a lot of robust conversations with the platforms about the need to change the things that they do. We've been working with a global body called the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, with the World Federation of Advertisers and a number of our clients to make clear what has to happen. Now, currently, this is mainly a US issue, but I think to some extent it is a global issue, and it's a careful balance that the platforms have to take between, you know, free speech, taking down hate speech, and moderating the content on their platforms and having the resources to do that. And I think that perhaps they've moved too slowly in the past and haven't taken firm enough action. And so they're being caught out by these pressures. And I think that that's probably, in the long run, a good thing.
No, I totally agree with you. I have one other question from the audience. I think you spoke about it, but maybe you might want to elaborate again. So this is from Anjan Mitra. He said, Mr. Reed, would you like to hazard a guess as to what the percentage drop would be on ad spends in the Indian market due to pandemic?
No, I don't want to hazard a guess. I mean, we said it was sort of 5% in Q1. We're looking at a figure of, I guess, at the average of those 3 months, you know, 50, maybe 60% in Q2. You know, I would expect Q3 and Q4 maybe to be 30% in Q3 and a little bit less in Q4. But, you know, I'm really extrapolating from that. That is not an official forecast or in any way an expert forecast. But I think that we are seeing, you know, some recovery in economic activity.
Yes, yes. But I think the Q2 has been very tough, as you said, compared, and I think the drop is sharper in India as compared to many parts of the world, I think, in Q2. And hopefully the recovery could even be equally fast. So I think, you know, that's the message. If there are no further questions, I was thinking this would also be one of the great things about digital conferences is that we are starting on time and we are ending on time. And in keeping with that, I would like to take the opportunity to thank you, Mark. But before that, I'd like to also use the couple of minutes we have to recap some of the things we talked about for the audience, and then sort of, you know, leave behind a few messages which were very loud and clear, as you know, as we spoke and as you spoke very eloquently about many of those things. So I think one first message is, I think the big theme is digital and technology. So I think the first message which Mark has given is that, most things will move digital and will be powered by technology. And therefore the world, the new normal, will have a sharper and an even higher indexation of digital than what we could have imagined pre-pandemic. This is a phenomena which was on, but it has got accelerated. It's got accelerated across sectors. And I don't think there would be any sector, if at all, which is immune to that. So I think the first is around digital. Think about your business, think digital, think technology, think how would you be able to drive some of those things as we go forward. I think the second related point is for media, particularly many of the media friends I have across the virtual room here, is that some of the spends which are going away from certain medium may not come back. I think if 2008, 2009 is anything to go by, Mark was categorical that trend could continue to remain, and therefore it's important that you start thinking of different mediums to continue to build your business. So the business we are in, and that too being is invariably that of content, will remain, but I think how we deliver it, we need to think through. And I think that's an important message and something for many of us to think about. I think the third interesting point was on consumer habits and consumer behavior. And I think on consumer habits, I think some of the things which will get accentuated, and I think that's important for brands, that's important for businesses, that is rather important for content as well, is around healthcare, around exercising, and around family. And also questioning the need to travel. So, whether it is less business travel, we spoke about remote working, working from home. So I think this is very pronounced. And on a lighter way, barber shop is one I would like to visit as well, Mark, as you said, which is right on top of everyone's agenda, whereas restaurant may not be that much. So I think there were very specific points you also talked about. But the big points on consumer behavior is this, and which is very important. I think the fourth point is we talked about in some questions as well, is around trusted brands. I think the redefinition and therefore the role trust will play in building brands, I think is something I'd like to leave the audience with. Some of the brand marketers who may be in the audience and everyone else, all of us are in the business of brand once again. So in my opinion, so I think brands, we've got to build trusted brands. In an Indian context, there is also this thing about Indian brands, but more importantly, it's about trusted brands. This is also very closely linked to the social media context, which we were talking about, building trust there, and therefore building even your social platforms, which have trust, and therefore managing freedom of speech and some of the polarization and hate speech even more delicately, and making sure that is the right thing to do as we go forward. I think the one fundamental phenomena on consumer behavior is around online. And if there was a secondary phenomena, that's around connectivity. So when you think of consumer online. I think therefore that's an important piece. And I think therefore so online becomes very important. It becomes important across businesses again. It breaks down boundaries. Think of it as an opportunity, because now world is your market in most of the cases, particularly for media and entertainment. And I think that is fantastic news for a country like India. And I think that message, Mark, I think thank you for it. I think it's a very important message on online. But at the same time, there is connectivity. And that's why there is a bit of a polarization in type of content as well. There will be premium, high quality content, which has the capacity to engage that audience in that country, but arguably audience anywhere in the world with subtitles today and language translations. But at the same time, there will also be social content, which is user-made content, which will also engage particularly the youngsters, but arguably everyone. So I think that is the piece which we need to continue to live with. With those thoughts, and once again, signing off on digital and technology on this FICCI frames, I think it's the most appropriate thing to do. And my conversation with Mark Reed, I think, who's a firm believer in technology, who's done a lot in terms of shifting WPP towards making them a technology-driven, data-driven, future-ready organization. And I think it was a great conversation. It was lovely talking to you, Mark. Thank you for your time. And look forward. And I was there when you were here in India and when we met, just a couple of weeks before the pandemic. Nobody would have thought how the next 3 months would play out. Hopefully, I think the recovery would also be as rapid, and we will never be able to anticipate on how we could all go back to the new normal, so to say. Thank you so much, Mark. It was a pleasure talking to you, and look forward to meeting you soon, both in person and maybe virtually as we go forward. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being a wonderful audience and for your very, very incisive and good questions. And have a great FICCI Frames as you go forward. Enjoy yourself and make the most of the sessions ahead. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Mark, once again.
Thanks very much, Sudhanshu. And thank you,
Sudhanshu.
Yeah, Mark, you were...
Thank you, Sudhanshu. Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move on to the next session. Please give us 5 minutes and we'll start the next session. Thank you, everybody. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the last session of day one of the eFrames 2020. We've had a stellar lineup of sessions through the day. We've had industry leaders talking to representatives from the industry, representatives from the government, and today we have our country partner, Italy. The session is called Working with Italy, Tax Incentives, Regional Funds, and Co-Production Opportunities. We also have the Italian ambassador on this panel. To tell us more, I would like to invite Mr. Fabrizio Guicciardini, Trade Commissioner, Italian Trade Agency, Mumbai. Mr. Fabrizio, the stage is all yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. As Italy, we strongly believe in Indo-Italian collaboration in the film industry, and that's why we have reconfirmed our participation to the virtual edition of FICCI Frames as partner country, even after the cancellation of physical event last March. We are attending the 5 days event with a large delegation, 29 companies and film commissions, and 2 webinar sessions. This is the first one, and the second will take place tomorrow at 6 o'clock, focused on animation co-production. I would like to invite all of you to visit our virtual booths at the Italian Pavilion and request for a meeting to Italian companies' representatives. So far, about 160 meetings have been requested by Indian companies to Italian delegation. Now, I would like to introduce our dignitaries and speakers, starting from His Excellency Vincenzo De Luca, Ambassador of Italy to India, Mr. Francesco Rutelli, President of ANICA, Italian Film Audiovisual Multimedia Industries Association, Mr. Roberto Stabile, Head of International Department of ANICA, Mrs. Cristina Priarone, President of Italian Film Commissions, and Andrea Spagna, Advisor to the President and CEO of Istituto Luce Cinecittà. Now we can start, and I will lead the floor to our ambassador in New Delhi, Mr. Vincenzo De Luca. Please, Ambassador.
Thank you, Fabrizio. Namaste. Buon pomeriggio. Good afternoon. And thank you very much for inviting Italy to participate as partner country to FICCI eFrame 2020. I had the pleasure this morning to attend the inaugural session of the event with the Indian authorities and FICCI, who I once again thank for the extensive work carried out to make this appointment possible, but also a productive one. I would also like to thank the Italian institution present in this session, and in particular, the Italian Trade Agency, ANICA, the Italian Association of Cinematographic and Audiovisual Industry, represented by President Francesco Rutelli and Head of International Department Roberto Stabile, along with the Film Commission and Istituto Luce Cinecittà. As you very well know, we were planning a series of great events in Mumbai in March, and we were quite saddened by the fact that we had to put everything on hold. But at the same time, we were confident that the work that had been done up to then wouldn't be lost. Fortunately, COVID didn't stop FICCI and Italy. And here we are today on a new, innovative, and catchy digital platform. We were enthusiastic that FICCI was able to reorganize, and very happy to learn that all the relevant actors that were working on Italy partnership to this very important moment for the creative industry were keen in joining virtual as well. We have a rich delegation of companies from the Italian creative industry that we will have an opportunity to meet their counterparts in B2B meeting and develop common projects. We also have the opportunity to present to the Indian most qualified audience our creative industry, our beautiful location as shooting destination, and the incentive to attract foreign production. In fact, Italy creative industry is one of the strongest in the world. Not many know that thanks to our craftsmanship in the field of cinema, Italy ranks second after the United States for number of Academy Awards received. This is thanks to our excellencies among set designer, photographer, costume designer, makeup artist, composer. We lost yesterday one of them, Maestro Ennio Morricone. I dedicated a tribute to him this morning in my opening speech. Culture is indeed one of the drivers of the Italian economy. The creative industry in Italy accounts for 6% of our GDP and 14% of our export. The internationalization of the Italian creative industry is key not only to support economic growth, but is also in Italy, like in India, representative of our soft power all over the world. As ambassador of Italy to India, I strongly believe that cinema plays a crucial role in the culture and economic relation between our two countries. It significantly helps in understanding each other's culture, tradition, and lifestyle. Italy and India are two superpowers of the creative industry. And it's why we need to establish a strategic partnership to boost our respective industry. Italy can support an European and global projection of Bollywood, while Bollywood can give Italy a more Asian and global projection for our shooting destinations and production. This is why we have to continue building on what we have achieved so far and what will come from this week of meetings and conference. With this in mind, allow me to reiterate our invitation to the Bollywood industry, FICCI, to participate as a focus country of the events organized by Annika for the Ministry of Culture, Heritage and Activities and Tourism at the Venice Production Bridge during the 77th Venice International Film Festival. Italy already hosts many film productions every year from India. We are proud of this result, but we hope to do more together. The state-of-the-art technology, the incredible diversity of the Italian territory, the rapidity in getting the required permission, the interesting rebate and incentive provided both at the national and regional level in Italy for shooting make our country an increasingly sought-after shooting destination. You will learn all about it in this session. To facilitate the work of our companies, we have been working extensively with the Union Ministry of Broadcasting and Entertainment and are in the process of finalizing a bilateral audiovisual co-production agreement which will provide a framework for the development of even stronger audiovisual relationship for film, television, and video co-production. In this context, the Italian Film Commission Association, that counts over 17 film commissions scattered over the country, is already doing a great job in facilitating access to sites and providing useful services to foreign producers and filmmakers. Let's continue to work together and help our respective audience to get wider access to our entertainment industry. Many thanks for your attention. Viva l'Italia, viva l'India, FICCI Frame, Dani avanti.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your speech. And also thank you for your daily support given to us together with all other partners present today here for organizing this event and for organizing the Italian participation at FICCI eFrames. Now, I would like to ask President Francesco Rutelli to give his speech. Please, President.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored and proud to be here with you. It's also to witness that the fact that we missed classical, let's say, FICCI frames event. We are here to show and to display our determination to cooperate, work together, preparing other events. What Ambassador De Luca just said about the opportunity we want to have in Venice has to be taken very seriously, and we are ready to cooperate with the Italian government, with Venice Biennale, and all the ecosystem, the Italian ecosystem. I think the most important thing to say today is that we do represent an ecosystem that is vibrant. We are perfectly acknowledged about the strategic importance of India in the audiovisual cinema arena. You are here to stay. And we are here to stand together and work together. So I'm very glad that many Italian companies attend this FICCI edition, very, very special edition. I'm very happy that you will hear about very concrete measures that can be undertaken through our cooperation in Italy to support your companies and to allow our companies to work in India and with Indian partners. It is very important that a co-production agreement is now in force. It is very, very important that everybody in India know how much Italy can give in terms of tax credit, both and at the same time through national governmental resources and regional resources. It is very important to understand how rooted and efficient are our Film Commission. Cristina Priarone will shortly give you a vision about that. It is a very, very, very vibrant reality. I can tell you that I started it mid-90s when I was the mayor of Rome with the first Italian Film Commission. But since then, so many, such a long road has been really achieved. So locations and destination, co-production agreement, tax credit for national and regional funding, and finally, you got an excellent ambassador of Italy in India, and his team, and of course the Ice, our host, and the trade commissioner of ITA. You're a fantastic team. We are here to serve. We are here to help our companies, and allow me to display our really strategic goal. We want to cooperate with India. We want to use also next FICCI Frames event to in ordinary times, we do hope. But starting from Venice, again, Roberto Stabile is here with me. He will continue his dedication to support all our ecosystem in this shared mission. The very last thing I would like to say is about Ennio Morricone, because just 1 year and a half ago, in the Video Città event here in Rome, where India was the guest country with a very successful series of events, we had a touching event in the most ancient university that is also a very modern, contemporary university, Università La Sapienza in Rome, created more than 700 years ago. And together we had two persons, both 2 times Academy Awards winners, Ennio Morricone and A.R. Rahman from Bollywood, came, spoke together, and what Mr. Rahman said to Ennio Morricone is very important. He said, we, through music and films, we shut down barriers, and we built friendship. Honoring today my great friend Ennio Morricone, and the vibrant Indian industry means that we do want to continue, and we do want to be stronger and even more friendly together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your words, and thank you also for your support. Before giving the floor to Mrs. Priarone, I just want to remind all of you that we have 13 field commissions present at the Italian pavilion. So in addition to what Mrs. Priarone is telling now, in few minutes, you can have all the information, most regional information about the incentives that the regions, the Italian regions, offer to the producers, just asking or setting up meetings with the film commissions present here. Thank you. Now I will leave the floor to Mrs. Cristina Priarone, President of Italian Film Commission.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. And thank you too. First of all, I want to thank the Friends of Frames and the Ambassador Vincenzo De Luca and ITA Trade Agency for this occasion, because I've been at Frames many times, and really I hope to be again there in the next occasion. I think it's a very important market and occasion for all that area for us. I would like to highlight you in a few minutes all the opportunities you can get throughout our association, IFC, Italian Film Commission, and throughout our associated members. All the association has got 19 members, and the one mentioned by Mr. Giustarini are the two commissions available for the participation at Frames, and we are located all around the country. Every Italian region has got his two commission, and to this structure belong funds, assistance for audiovisual industry, and the opportunities. First of all, I think it's important to let you know that the Italian regional funds altogether reach out an amount of 50 million euro. So this added to the national funds in Italy make our country really powerful and interesting for the international market in audiovisual. So I think Italy now, as President Rutelli said before, it's we can say it's a very interesting country for co-production and for audiovisual for many reasons, for location, for the high level of professional, but also for funds. Our association has got a board. I'm on the board, I'm the president, and also two vice presidents are working with me, Luca Ferrario of Trentino Film Commission and Paolo Manera of Piemonte Film Commission. And together, we work together and we help all the region and the Film Commission of Italy to work with efficiency and to be ready and together to face the international market. But every Italian region is a universe. So I would like to give you just throughout one word the idea of the opportunity of each Italian territory. Don't be afraid, it will take just a few minutes. So we start from the north and we go to the south very, very quickly, but just going to the key point for the international producer. We start from Val d'Aosta. It's a wonderful territory with fun and especially keen in Castel, for Castel location. Then we are in the north of Italy, the western part, and we go to Piemonte Film Commission, the oldest film commission in Italy. They are very keen for funds and funds for documentary. Then we go to the region of Milan, very famous for fashion system, Lombardia Film Commission, and they don't have so many funds, but the main TV production companies are located in that area, and that area is very keen in the production of commercials, so, and of TV series, the famous one. Then we go in the north, but the eastern part of Italy with Trentino Film Commission. They have funds, and especially they have funds for the production which keep an eye on green matters. They have funds dedicated to the green production. Then we go to IDM, Sud Tirol Alto Adige. It's a full commission with the rich funds and also very useful for co-productions with Austria and Germany. It's very useful and, let me say, also beautiful to co-product with the European countries and also with more than one. It's easy to do this throughout the Italian Film Commission. Then we go in the famous region of Venice. The Veneto Film Commission is a brand new film commission. They are right now starting, they have funds, and they are ready to welcome you. Then we go at the very eastern part of Italy on the sea, the Friuli Venezia Giulia. They are rich with funds, very good for assistance, and also very useful in finding co-production with Eastern Europe. They have many markets working on this direction. Then we go on the sea in the north, the Liguria Film Commission, the region of the famous Portofino, very famous for the seaside and for the historical center. They can help you and give you funds. And now we start going in the center of Italy. We start from Emilia-Romagna, very important region this year because it's Fellini's region. And this is the year, the anniversary of the birth of Fellini, so they have many initiatives and they have funds also. Then we go down in the center and we go in Tuscany, famous all over the world for the countryside and for the Renaissance heritage. Then we go to Marche Film Commission, very specialized in countryside location and cultural location. It's a land to discover, and they have funds, and they are a full commission internal to the region, so they can help you very quickly with funds. Then we go to the Lazio. By the way, I'm also the general director. The Roma Lazio Film Commission, so it's the capital region. The 90% we can say of the Italian sector in audiovisual art is located in our region, and it's interesting to let you know that we have a fund specially dedicated to co-production, 10 million euro funds for Lazio-based producer, but which will co-produce with foreign producer. Then we go to Umbria, a bright new full commission. They are building up a new fund, and they don't have sea, but they have a wonderful, wonderful small cities full of cultural heritage and really medieval masterpieces. Then we go to Campania, a very, very good location, region, and very famous for TV series. Just one title, Gomorrah, famous all over the world, has been shot there. They have funds and they can give you assistance. Then we go to Lucana Film Commission in the south of Italy. One thing, first of all, the last 007 has been shot there. They have funds and they can assist you very well. Then we go in the very south with Apulia Film Commission, a very keen to commission and very useful for funds. And then we go to Calabria, a quite new full commission. They work hardly since 3 or 4 years, a land totally to discover with high mountains and sea, and funds available for you. And then we go to our two islands, Sicily and Sardinia, wonderful territories, and both of them has got funds, and especially Sardinia has got funds dedicated to hospitality, if you would like to come and have a location tour. So just 3 minutes to give you highlights and ideas of our regions, very various, very different, and really ready to welcome you with funds and opportunities. And throughout the full commission, you will have the best services and facilities. And let me say, throughout our association, you can contact us and we can put you in touch directly with the full commission of the territory in which you are interested. And I would like also to highlight you our next occasion, which is the MIA market, is an international market in Rome, very good to work together. And so you can find us also in that occasion in November. And so we are ready to welcome you. India is in our heart. We worked very much with India a few years ago, and we are ready to start again with all the Italy country ready for you. So feel free to contact us and to ask us every information, and we will find the best opportunity for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Priarone. Thank you for the presentation of Italy. And if we can summarize in just one word, Italy, I would say the word would be location, because we have everything. We have sea, we have beautiful beaches, we have mountains, we have lakes, we have heritage, we have historical cities. And now we can say that also we have funds. So we have funds for co-production. We have funds for also Indian producers. So I would invite them to take advantage of this opportunity that Italy and the Italian Film Commission is giving to you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Priarone.
Thank you.
Now, last but not least, I would like to introduce Mr. Andrea Spagna. As I said, he is the advisor of President and CEO of Istituto Luce Cinecittà, and he will present Cinecittà Shows Off. Please, Mr. Spagna.
Thanks, Fabrizio. Thanks, Cristina. I'm Andrea Spagna. I'm Marketing and Business Development Director for Istituto Luce. And I'm here to share with you some update regarding Cinecittà. As you said, Italy is about location, is about beautiful place, but also there is a place in Rome, is a studio and is an icon and is an important center of production for the filming industry. First of all, I would like to thank FICCI Frame team and for the opportunity, and my Italian partners, so ITA e ICE, and the Italian Embassy, ANICA, MIPACT, and also the Italian Film Commission. I also would like to say good luck to Maria Pia Ammirati, new president of Luce Cinecittà, who has just joined the company. I guess many of you have already know the name Cinecittà in Italy, I'm sure. Yes, probably, I guess also in India. This is because Cinecittà is an icon, a very strong Italian brand like Ferrari or Vespa, known all over the world mainly for the glory of its past. As for Hollywood, or mainly Bollywood, Cinecittà reminds us the essence of cinema, the art of filmmaking. For filmmakers, director, actor, and talent is considered a temple of cinema. 3,000 movies have been shot since its foundation in 1937, then more than 80 years ago. More than 50 have won an Academy Awards. But first, the good news I would like to share with you is Cinecittà is not only the glory of the past, is still an excellence of the present. Is a world-class production studio, is one of the biggest and most important studio in Europe. At Cinecittà, we have more than 19 soundstage, different size, from the small one of 40K square feet to the 30K square feet, the most important, the stage 5 of the famous Fellini one, a large backlot of 1 million square feet, and we do offer, differently from the other studio, in-house set construction and post-production audio and video services. Moreover, we are really very, very close from Rome. Is 10 minutes from an airport and 20 minutes by underground from the center of Rome. That you arrive you arrive just outside the main entrance that you see on my behind on my shoulder. The second good news is that since July 2017, after 20 years of private management, Cinecittà is again public under the governance of Istituto Luce Cinecittà. Istituto Luce Cinecittà is an important public institution that is involved in many different activities of the Italian audiovisual industry. It manages the famous Archive Luce, which is a huge collection of video and photo covering the whole history of the 20th century of Italy, and is included in the UNESCO Heritage Register. Support the Italian cinema in Italy abroad, organizing cultural exhibition and the Italian presence in major festival, and now also is in charge of managing the Cinecittà studio business, offering spaces and tech services to the audiovisual production, and take care also the permanent exhibition of Cinecittà Shows Off, which attracts everyday students and tourists who are curious to discover more about this fascinating place. In January 2020, we opened inside the Cinecittà a new museum that is the Museo MIAC, the new Italian Museum of Moving Images, a very innovative project which aimed to present the Italy immense heritage audiovisual with new eyes through an immersive experience and interactive installation. So coming back to Cinecittà, 3 years back, the government realized that if you want to compete effectively in this global content production booming, you need to have a location, you have to be a significant and effective incentive, but you have to also to present a studio in order to have a one-stop shop offer in order to gain and to compete effectively in this market. So decided to acquire the studio and to invest an important bunch of money to renew the location, the facilities, and also to add more spaces. The third good news is that after the dramatic pandemic, Cinecittà is back. COVID, of course, has hit dramatically our business, as for everybody. All the production have been forced to stop. But at the same time, Italy applied a strict lockdown that now seems to show the benefits. We are now in a situation that is better than compared to other countries. And so we can have a little advantage on the production market. Cinecittà is back. Many productions are returning to work in total safety and compliance with the new protocol. We all have known there is a new, very well-known Italian TV show that is now starting the selection of its program, and an important TV series based on ancient Rome that should start shooting in a few days. And also we are receiving and started receiving many important requests from international production that are evaluating a studio as a better option for a based production. The COVID is a game changer, will drastically change also the business model and the industry, and probably will accelerate some trends that are already in place. We will travel a little less, we'll probably have smaller crews, and this will lead to reviewing the need of the production, and will make the studio a safer place where probably it can be easier to comply with the new measure and new safety measure. Moreover, the adoption of technology, digital effects, and VFX will rise and will increase definitely. For this reason, we have decided to anticipate some of our projects that we have in our investment plan. We will soon have a new soundstage that will be dressed by a 360 green screen, where will be possible with the latest technology of Unreal Engine, revisualization, all the latest digital technology, will be possible to recreate any virtual location oceanography when will be, in order to ease the work of the production that cannot go all around the world to make maybe a little shot. Furthermore, to make life easier to our customer, producer, set designer, and lamp producer, from our website, we launch a new feature. It's possible now going to our website and going to see the sheet of our soundstage. For example, the stage 5. You can go and see and explore our soundstage in a virtual reality, with also some new content. You can see the measure, the quotes, all the technical specification, and also you can imagine a virtual oceanography. So the professional can stay from their home in the US or in India and just analyze and explore our space, and so they don't have necessary to come here just for a recce. But we don't stop here. We know that international production is growing, and we are sure that we will start, because the new player is the arena, and the competitive arena with the new streamer is crowded. There are now Amazon that is coming and is growing. There is Netflix that is already in Italy. We have Apple that will grow for sure. Quibi that is a newcomer. So all these people are competing for content, and probably they will need and produce more and more content, and they will need studio. So, and they will need larger spaces. So we are in plan to build two new large soundstage, about 3,500 square meters, and also a tank, a swimming pool for underwater shooting. We hope to get this plan ready within the next 2 years. Cinecittà is also a sought-after and suggestive location for corporate and private events. We hosted a very important event, private wedding, very important. Obviously, the COVID has made this activity more difficult. But even in this moment, we reacted very quickly. And now we are able to offer a platform to manage corporate event in streaming, but with a limited audience inside our studio. At the same time, another nice initiative at the time of COVID is the drive-in. We host this little project that started early in July, and which combine the romantic vintage of watching a movie from the car with the audio coming from the radio, with the latest technology to book that allow to book the food and to reserve the seat directly from an app. So to close my presentation, I would love to say that Cinecittà is a truly unique place where art, excellence, and magic are combined together to make any dream come true. Thank you for your time and attention. I hope to welcome you in Cinecittà for your next project, for a collaboration, or even also just for a visit. That is a really must-see place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spagna. Thank you for reminding us the importance of Cinecittà and of its studios, which together with the locations makes Italy like a real, very important destination for production. Now, while we wait for any questions should come from the audience, I would like to ask Mr. Roberto Stabile, Head of International Department of ANICA, to say some words.
Thank you, Director Giustarini. I would like to say only thank you to all the friends from FICCI Frame, from our ambassador, from you, Italian Trade Agency. We are very happy to be here today, and I hope we can very, very soon fly to meet each other together physically. We wait for you in Venice in September, as our ambassador say. I hope to come very soon to India. We have many, many B2B meetings during FICCI Frame, and I hope that many, many Italian co-production will be done after this first edition of FICCI Frame. Many people must go to Cinecittà because that's a real iconic place, and hope to see all of you very, very soon, physically and not only in the screen. Thank you so much.
I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Stabile. Ambassador, would you like to say something for closing?
Just thank you, Fabrizio. Thank again President Francesco Rutelli, Roberto Stabile, Andrea Spagna, Film Commission. I'm so happy because it was a challenge for us to be present this year, this edition of FICCI Frame. I remember when I told Roberto why we don't try to be here also these circumstances, and we succeed because we really believe that there is a great potential between Italy and India in the movie production and co-production, and also we can attract production from India. We can also have production here in India. I think we are two strategic partners for this industry. Our soft power is really much fueled with this activity, with the creative industry, with cinema, with movie. And this morning, I also remember that since the 50s, there were links between the Italian cinema and the Indian cinema. If we think about one of the most important movie director, Satyajit Ray from India, he won an award in Venice in 1984, and he was inspired by our directors in the 50s like De Sica, Rossellini. So it's really a long story of friendship, of interaction, of collaboration, and now we are in the condition to really enhance this partnership between Italy and India. So thank you so much, FICCI. Thank you so much, Annika. Thank you, the Italian Trade Agency. And I think this is only a step forward, but we will work starting from Venice. Hope that somebody from here can also be physically present in Venice. Anyway, we will do our best to have this focus India in Venice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I don't see any questions, so I would like to thank all the speakers, all the attendants, all the Indian people who was with us today. And I renew my invitation to visit our Italian pavilion and meet our companies present there. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Bye.
Thank you, Fabrizio. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, guests. It's been a wonderful session. Thank you for giving us an insight into what Italy can offer, and we look forward to more collaboration between India and Italy and some really nice creative stuff coming out of this collaboration. Thank you. We will see you tomorrow. The session is at 12 in the afternoon tomorrow. Thank you very much. See you. Good night.
See you. Bye. Thank you. Arrivederci a tutti. Speriamo di vederci presto.
Grazie.